You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back for the season 9 premiere of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, what did I miss? It just seemed like it was a very quiet, 2 weeks, and much was not happening in Philadelphia and the world. It just seemed like everybody was at peace, and we all had a very pleasant, non-chaotic time. Okay, I'm joking. It just seems like every time I take that break between seasons, that's when everybody shows their ass. It's almost like being a parent and, you say, look, I'm going to, leave you two in the house. I'm going to leave the key, don't set the house on fire. Everything should be good. And a couple hours later, you come back to the house, the carpet is looking like it's attempted to be clean because something was spilt. Shit is missing out the fridge. It's a hot ass mess. So I come back from my, brief break to mess. And some of the mess have been slightly cleaned up, but not all the way. And so, with that being said, welcome to season 9. We are now over 200 and something odd episodes of this podcast. The consistency has been key. You all have been great. This has just been quite the journey. 9 seasons. 9 seasons. We started this show at the beginning of 2021 during the insurrection. Like, the insurrection is not what birthed this podcast per se, because remember, there was that bonus episode in late 2020 where I told you all I was going to start this podcast in 2021 and start this journey. And really, it's been a journey to my 30s because, of course, my birthday is October 12th. I turned 30 in 2021, October 12th, 2021. I gotten married. All of that was to start my 30s with this endeavor. And so next year I'll be in my mid 30s, and I've literally done this entire podcast throughout my entire 30s. So it's part of a beautiful, timeline for me. This podcast will have its 5th birthday, its 5th anniversary at the top of next year. And what a journey it's been. We have been through the entire Biden administration. Now we're into the second coming of Trump. And it has not been without any shockers, whammers, bammers, and everything else. And so I just want to start off by just saying thank you all. My day ones, the core 200. So many of you all have messaged me and have seen me in person during the time in which I was on my summer break, with the show, and have told me how much you listen. Some of you I didn't even realize were listening as much as you were. And I'm just touched by all of it. A lot of you all are listening from work. Some of you all are listening at home. There are certain frat brothers that I was like, wait, you listen to this? It's just, I just never know who listens. And it's always just touching to hear the individual stories. And like, you all are like listening. Like, how some people have it on, like, I call it passive listening, where you hear a couple of things. Oh, you all are paying attention to like every little detail. And just shout out to your comprehension skills. But even picking up pieces and connecting dots. And also, what I do appreciate that some of you have shared with me is that in conversations, because I don't even guess. I'm going to own my shit. I'm a public facing figure. People know me. I'm a household name in this city. Folks can say my name and have opinions left or right. So we're just going to own that in 2029. I mean, in the ninth season, we're going to own this, and we're going to own this shit on the ninth season. We're going to own it now in 2025. We're going to own it. Like, I am who I am. I am me. Okay. And so what I mean by that is that there are conversations that people have had about me that don't even know me, have not actually met me, maybe met me in passing, but don't know me like that. And so many of you all will hear people speak on me or speak on what they assume to be my positions or opinions on things, and you all will check them in real time and go, that's not, no, he did that, and you all pull out the receipts for me. So for that, I thank you. I do. And I hear these stories in like weird ways where even like I'm in a barbershop and someone will go, yeah, I was telling somebody that, I didn't know that you did this and you said this, and I was saying something about you, and I said, oh, you have my name, go ahead, continue. And somebody told me they listened to your podcast and they was like, no, this is why he said it this way. And I was like, I just love to hear those stories. You just never know. Philly is small, big, and small at the same damn time. They say it's a major American city, and I'm like, where? It's a major American town, because this motherfucker is small. But it's big in the sense that the volume of people in this city is here, but the connections are different. Like, everybody's related to everybody. Over 60% of Philadelphians are natives, and so there's people that are going to be connected by the hip and somebody's cousin and all that. And so it's been fascinating to experience it. This is now 15 years in Philly, and at this point, I love how you all have checked folks and told people, have really, checked people and told people, like, the whole "he not from here" narrative. I've been here my entire adulthood, since I was 18. At this point, I know Philly very well. I'm a Philadelphian. Okay, all this, you're not from here, but I've been paying taxes here for nearly 2 decades at this point. 15 years. I've been here, live here, eat here, know the players, know the folks. I am a product, okay, of Philadelphia. My professional adult career is in Philadelphia, has been in Philadelphia, and for quite some time will remain in Philadelphia, as much as, as much as I would love to be here. I like it here. It gets on my nerves sometimes, but I couldn't imagine myself at this point being anywhere else except Chicago. I will say that. But outside of that, DC, New York, Boston, Baltimore, Atlanta, Houston. I like Houston, but I grew up in Houston, and I was born in Chicago. But LA, I've been to all the cities and all the places. And while they're great for a stop, they're not necessarily great for a stay, right? Great stop, but not a great stay. So I just feel like Philly has been a great stay for various reasons. And as long as it's good to me in all the ways it needs to be, is as long as I will be for it. So I put that all in perspective, for so many reasons. But yeah, thank you all for listening. Thank you all for continuing to spread the word. Clearly, we have a lot to cover, and so I will not take up your time loving on you, telling you how much you matter to me and how much I appreciate your listenership, especially that core 200 and many more. I got to actually call it the core 500. Some of you all are like instantly like listening within the first hour or even more. Like there's a download number. It's crazy, but like, of consistent listeners. Like, there's newbies that listen or infrequent, but there is in the algorithm of like my ratings, there is like a core group of people. Apparently there's like 500 of you all now. I used to say 200, but it's actually 500 since the past season, that apparently, according to the algorithm, they listen within the first 6 hours or something like that of the show. And they listen to every episode like that. Like, it's like a subset, about 500 subscribers to the podcast that instantly listen to the podcast, every episode within the first like 6 hours. There's more listeners, of course, because there's different people that will listen. Like, even now, this is the premiere. There's people who have not listened, but have listened to at least apparently the last 25 episodes. 500 people have listened within the first 6 hours or less to the first 6 hours. 500 people for 25 consecutive episodes. So for this past season, there's been at least 500 folks that have just actively was like, I gotta listen to this now. So that core, we gotta call it core 500 now. It was core 200 before the last season, but since then, it has now become a core 500. So to that core 500, I thank you. Let's see where we can go, but I want to just thank you. And some of you know what that means. You'll come to me and say, I'm in the core 200. Now you're in the core 500. Thank you. So let's get to it. New season, we're back. This week, I'm giving you all a heads up. It is Alpha Week. Okay, the General Convention of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated is in Philadelphia this week. The Alphas have touched down. My fraternity brothers, 7,000 of us are going to be in Philadelphia. I'm already here, but 7,000. And some of the men, ladies, and gentlemen, okay? Because, listen, are some single, educated, accomplished men. Now, I don't know how educated these men may be, but what I will tell you about is that all of the alphas have had to at least have a bachelor's degree. I will tell you probably over 50% of them have an advanced degree. And many of them even more. This is the first Black fraternity of its kind in the world. We are the first. 1906. It's been over 100 years of men of distinction. Our roster is heavy. It contains W.E.D. Du Bois, Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, the legendary Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Lionel Richie, Keenan Ivory Rains, Governor Wes Moore, Senate Raphael Warnock. So many. Myself, Ernest Owens. Yes. So many legends. So many legends. Even in pop culture. That guy who's on that, Love Island show, he will not be named. Him, we got folks like that. Cornel West, people like Cornel West. We got legends. And so I am proud to be among the many exceptional, distinguished men of this incredible fraternity. So I am excited. It will be at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. We'll be all over. I'm so committed that I'm staying in a hotel. I cannot not miss any of the excitement that is coming to Philly. I thought about it. I was like, oh, should I, come, Uber I got to be there. I got to be on the ground. I'm a delegate. For those in Greek life that go to conventions and know about that, you already know my work is cut out for me. I'm a delegate. I'm on the host committee. There's parties happening all around. To all of the single ladies and gentlemen that's looking to connect. Now, some of y'all might say, where's the parties at? I'm a part of the host committee. I'm helping put parties together. You want to know where the parties are at, where the good men are going to be? Hit my DMs up. I'll let you know. All eligible maidens and maidens and maiders are invited and welcome to attend the public-facing events, that is. So if you out here looking for a wholesome gentleman that are single and that's good, educated, decent, this is the place to go. This is the convention to go. Not to go to the business of the organization, but if you are somebody, that is looking to connect and build and find someone. I know there are many single men that are looking for women or for men. We are very intersectional group here. So if you are a single, decent man that is looking for a love, looking for a decent, queer black man that is educated and inspired, I have a couple that I know that's going to be here in Philadelphia. If you are a lovely woman that is looking for hubby material, something of substance, there are some men of distinction and substance here too. There are some events and parties to find it. Now, I don't want to say that, but y'all, I'm just going to say preference will be given to the melanated of the group. Okay? I'll just leave it at that. This is not the time to go get your chocolate fetish. Some of my listeners, I don't got to get into it, but y'all know what I'm talking about. This is not the time. This is a very, there are some white alphas. We're very diverse. We got white, Asian, Indian. We got all types. It's a very diverse group. We do not discriminate. So if you are looking for a white alpha, there are a few that are there. So if you maybe connection. You know what I'm saying? He got a little bit of pep in his step. I don't know. I'm just saying there's something for everybody. So, you go through the IG and you see, somebody with the letters, you say, oh, he's cute. I would have. Listen, maybe we'll see. But there are events and parties and things happening, and a couple of women have hit me up in my DMs and say, hey, I will direct you accordingly. Please show up for a good time. But outside the parties, there are lots of great work. I'll be doing some community service throughout the week. I got a lot of important fraternal manners in business. I'm not just here to party. I am here to do the business and the work. I can't say that for some folks, but I am here to do the work. So I will be definitely serving as a strong ambassador for Philadelphia and for what we got going on here, and just really working to make this organization and this fraternity the best it can be, because we are the best and we can always be better and greater. And that is what I am here for this week. So I'm excited. So that is going to be my, just letting y'all know, I will be off. I'll be semi off the grid when it comes to Philly stuff. So when y'all be sending me this, did you see this? Did you? Yeah, I saw that shit, but I don't care. I'm in alpha mode. I really don't. I am an alpha all this week for life, to be honest. But really, if it ain't about alpha and it's not about money, it's about the black and gold. But if you got some green for me, we can talk about that too. But if it's all about the black and gold this week. So if it is not an emergency, if it's not of the essentials, please, let's just put a pin on it until after next week. Please, please, please. Unless it is something crazy. Like if you caught, like let me tell you the level of tea. Because some of y'all don't know how tea works. You all will go, oh, I got some tea. And don't be any tea. Oh, somebody cheating. They got an open relationship. That ain't tea, girl. Bye. You'll be like, oh, this person is, you gonna put a name on it? No, I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you what level of tea I need. I need to be the type of tea where, remember when Helen Ginn was at the Union League? The day she got the endorsement by Working Families Party at the Cato statue? If you don't got that kind of tea, please save it for next week. See, that's what I mean. Let me put a parameter on this shit. If you don't got that kind of tea, don't just save it. Just save it. Remind me, say, hey, when you done, but don't come to me. It gotta be top tier. It gotta be tea that's imported from England. It's gotta be tea imported, good herbal tea from Africa. It gotta be from India. It gotta be that good tea, hibiscus tea. It gotta be really good import. Don't give me no domestic blend mix shit. Don't give me that. I don't want a tea bag. Give me the tea that I got to distill instantly. It got to go right into the glass. Y'all, tea drinkers know what I'm talking about. I don't want no Lipton. It can't be no Lipton. No Lipton. That's not going to do this for me. Lipton can wait for next week. I'm all here for tea, but it got to be at the root. If it's not that, save it for next week. Okay? Just letting y'all know what I mean by tea. Because that will piss me off. I get frustrated. Sometimes I get people, and listen, I appreciate it because all tea leads to a pot. I like that. All tea does lead to a pot. It do. But sometimes I got to stay focused. And so unless it is an upteenth, do not get comfortable. Please let me enjoy my week. Please let me enjoy it unless it is hot. A strike is about to go down. Y'all know the strike authorization gonna happen for a particular union, and it's gonna happen tomorrow. Or you got a video or a photo. It gotta be hot. It gotta be hot. Because if it's not, I'm gonna be annoyed. I'm gonna roll my eyes. I'm just gonna be like, so let's respect Alpha Business this week. Let's do. Unless you got something hot and it gotta be receipt. I need a picture. I need a receipt. I need, it gotta be, because sometimes, y'all get to every little thing and it's like, I get it. Y'all mini detectives. I get it. Everybody want to be a detective. But you just got to know where it rises to that occasion. It can't be a pontification. Don't roll me no ideas. I don't got time for that. Oh, I was thinking, I saw this. Do you think? Don't ask me that. I don't want to converse. I don't, respectfully. I get too much. I'm at a point where I have so much volume of shit in these DMs. If you think what you're telling me, you're the only one in your world, baby, it is a long line of people like you that is sending me shit every fucking minute on the minute. And I got to be real with y'all. It oftentimes, roughly 5% of it be solid and like 95% be speculation, gossip, irrelevant, not important, a far-going conclusion, an absolute reach, funny, but not newsworthy, interesting, but not compelling or provocative for the public interest. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'd be like, oh, this is hot, but it's like, I'm a journalist. Like, it has to be something for public consumption. I don't care if somebody's sleeping with somebody, unless it is somebody that is doing something improper. They sleeping with an employee. It can lead to city benefit. Like, I don't care. Like, honestly, like, people tell me about affairs all the time. There's a lot of people in politics having affairs. It is not salacious, but I am in the mindset of, okay, are they having an affair with their intern that is working in the office? Okay, are they having an affair with another elected official that could lead to some type of issues with politics? Like, but if they're just out here in these streets, let me tell you something that I want y'all to know that y'all will not believe, but you probably will believe. I want you to be a regular person for 5 seconds. Like, stop caring about politicians and their titles. Most people that are having affairs that are high-profile politicians, what I will let you know, as somebody who's been covering this shit, is that the spouse knows. The spouse knows. They do. Either the spouse knows and don't care, the spouse and them have a specific agreement, like an open relationship, an open marriage where they have an understanding, or they already know that person is doing it, but they just don't want it to be on their table and their desk. So if they're doing it discreetly, they're most likely, they already know, they don't need people to tell them. And I have talked to many women and men, mind you, that are in these positions, and I will have these conversations off record, and I'll be like, hey, there's been speculation. They like, I know, but what we know is what we do. I'm like, okay, thank you for telling me that. I'm going no further comment, right? So there are situations where there are understandings like that. The only time in my history of covering political affairs, scandals, if they ever come up, is when it involves situations that involves other people in the politics. Now, I am not to talk, and I'm not trying to be messy, and I'm not going to go there. Or am I? What I will say is that recently, in the past year, there was a specific political affair. It's not public, but people know about it. That involves somebody that's currently in the current administration with the mayor. It is not the mayor. Let me clean that up. It does not involve Mayor Sherelle Parker at all, full stop. But somebody in that administration. And they were involved with a man who was also married. See, I didn't identify the gender. Let me stop. Well, maybe the person is a man and a man. Okay. But let me just say that, the people involved in that are 2 consenting adults. That person that they were involved with, that person who is married, has an understanding, to my knowledge, with their spouse. Their spouse is aware of what they do. It's an understanding. And the only reason why it is of public interest, even though I would never disclose all that because it's not my place to do it. It does not rise to that level of occasion, in my opinion. But if it was to ever come out there would be a level of public interest because the people involved in the situation are involved in government and politics. And because that relationship has eroded, it has created fissures within other political dynamics that does impact the public. So that would be something that if it did become news, I could see it rising to that occasion. Now, to be very clear, I'm aware of both parties involved in that situation. I know, they know, it is an understanding. However, I just don't feel like it's my place, and I don't think it has rose to the occasion of being a thing that needs to, there's more important fish to fry in Philadelphia politics, and that's just not something that I feel like is there. So I do practice discretion. I do practice discernment. Contrary to popular belief, because y'all listen to the podcast, y'all know how judicious I am with how I disseminate news, right? But a lot of people just think I'm willy-nilly out here. Every little thing I hear, I put out in the streets. Let me tell y'all, I'm going to remind y'all again, for the new listeners of the podcast, let me remind y'all my barometer. I believe that tea comes in different types of categories. There's immediate tea that is like, this is hot, this needs to be talked about right now. Then there is what I call tea that is, this is need to brew a little bit more. This needs to brew. It's not there yet, but it might be something. And let me keep this in the back of my mind. I say duly noted. And then there's tea that's like, that's funny, that's stupid, that's irrelevant, that doesn't matter, hee hee ha ha, this ain't newsworthy. That's the three categories I operate with when y'all give me tips and news and information. Any journalist that reports everything they fucking are told are not journalists, they're not real, they don't have discernment, that's reckless, that's just a blog. But real pros in this business knows when to hold it, fold it, keep it, save it, and place it. And so the older I've gotten, the better I've gotten at that. Okay, I'm not perfect, but as I've gotten older, I've learned when to keep a pin on something, because everything is. So as you all have listened, so many of you all have listened to my episodes, you all will know that there are things that I've rummaged on and couldn't fully speak about. And then as things evolved, I was able to provide more information. This episode that y'all about to listen to right now, sit back, because now a lot of stuff that we've explored all in season 8 is about to make sense today. It's going to make sense in this episode. There's some stuff I'm going to be able to piece together to give you a bigger picture. And now you're going to go, ha. That's what's fun about life. That's what's fun about reporting. That's what's fun about being a journalist. That's what's fun about being a storyteller. That's what's fun about episodic podcast episodes and shows like this, because it's allowing you to follow me through the journey. And that's what has allowed you all to be more knowledgeable, be smart. I see what y'all doing out here. I love to see it, because nobody else is doing it like this. I'm going to talk my shit. Nobody else in this city is doing it like I'm doing it on this type of level, on this type of platform. They're not. They're not. It's time. It's 9 seasons. It's over 200 episodes. I've waited for people to get where, listen, I was waiting for y'all to see me at the top. Now y'all got lost. That's what Lotto said. It is what it is. We just got to keep it 100. So, what have I been doing? Alpha Week is here. I'm excited about it. Summer vibes have been great. While I was gone, y'all saw I was out here in these streets working, okay? I was in St. Louis, okay, with my girl Amber, Mr. Johnson, who's best friends with Amber. Amber was his groomswoman in our wedding, and she's super dope. Her wife Liz, her friends, we all had a good time catching up. I met a couple y'all from the court tour. Y'all know who y'all are, came through. We just had a really good time. It was a great 4th of Jamarcus cook-off. It was on 4th of July. She had a cookout, but it was 4th of Jamarcus. My bestie, Jamarcus, celebrated his birthday. We just kept the vibes going. It was just a really great time. It was so fun. So much good food. You know, I love a good lesbian at a grill, man. I just, listen, Amber was killing all the boys out there, okay? Amber at a grill, honey. Listen, okay? It was a good time. Everybody came through. It was a fun time. Great food. Great lavender lemonade from Bartender Barry. It was just such a good time. So, you know, St. Louis, and that was for July. And early that week, Amber and I was a part of a conference on Difficult Dialogues conference, a national conference that was in St. Louis at Wash U. And I was the keynote speaker, and it was fabulous, you know, to travel, to have the experience, to be in St. Louis. We went to a restaurant called 1111, and it was fabulous. It was my husband, it was Amber. We all had a great dinner, and it was just good. It was just a good experience. And 1111 Mississippi, I think the restaurant was called. It was a great restaurant. Okay, St. Louis. Listen, any restaurant I go to, any city I go to, I try to find gems. I do really good research. My food critic background does not escape me. Being able to go to different cities, I always do my research. I've had a good track record for the past couple of years that even on my book tour, for the case for council culture, I never went to a bad restaurant in any cities I went to. When I went to Detroit, when I went to Chicago, when I went to Boston, every restaurant I went to in all the cities I went to, I never missed. Because I listen to the locals. I have a real strict rule. I don't really do new restaurants in cities. I don't go to new restaurants in cities. I go to the tried and true gems. Like the restaurants that will not miss. Like if I came to Philadelphia and people said, where should I go to eat in Philadelphia, right? I would say, it depends on their money. Like if you got money, go to Friday, Saturday, Sunday if you can get a reservation, right? Go to A Kitchen. Go to Fork. Go to Park, because it's safe. If you basic eat it, go to, no shade, go to Park. Go to Giorgio and Pine. There are certain restaurants that I'm just like, you're just never, they've been around for many years. You're not going to miss with those restaurants, right? New restaurants, you just never know because they're trying to test that menu out. So I don't really, when people come to Philadelphia, I never recommend new restaurants, even if they're good to me, because I just, it's just, they're going through their kinks. But I like to recommend tried and true classics, places that are guaranteed to just be good. Go to South. If you're looking for a black-owned restaurant, I will tell people to go to South. If you ever been to Philly, you're looking for some good soul food in a good restaurant, go to South. So I'm always big on, telling people what it is. So that's important. Otherwise, you might go somewhere. So when I go to Chicago, I went to Guarantee, but I went to Virtue. Every time I go to Chicago, I got to go to Virtue. That's a very tried and true good restaurant. It's a good black-owned. The food, it's just a good place. I know I'm not going to miss when I go to Chicago and go to Virtue. When I go to New Orleans, I got certain spots in New Orleans I'm just going to go to. When I go to Baltimore, I've been exploring different spots in Baltimore. There's certain places in Baltimore I'm starting to love, and I'm just like, oh, this is good, right? Charleston, a tried and true restaurant. James Beard Award-winning restaurant now, thank goodness, right? But Charleston was a good restaurant. That's a place that's been around for many years. It's a good restaurant. It was good to try. So it's just certain places where you just know when you go traveling, like you don't go to the brand new spot, the hot new spot. You got to let the locals figure that out first. So I go where the locals go. I go where the local magazines and restaurants, what they say is a good staple. That's how you determine a good restaurant when you travel to a city you ain't been to. So I never miss. So 1111 Mississippi, everything I read up in St. Louis, it was always in the conversation. It was like a staple. It was a guarantee. If you go here, you're going to have a good time. The food's going to be good. And they did not deny. They did not lie. It was a very good restaurant. It was a very good time. So I highly recommend them. St. Louis was great. 4th of Jamarcus was phenomenal. Abel came to Philly. We caught up, my good boy Abel, my good bestie Abel and Mr. Johnson. We had a good restaurant. He's getting married next year, so we got time to talk about wedding plans and all that good jazz. And we went to Elwood, which I've been wanting to go to for quite some time. Elwood is right there. It's in Fishtown. It's a very cute restaurant. It's a BYOB, which we love a good BYOB, and it was just a good time. It was a very fun time. We really got our life over there. Pennsylvania, it's not New American. It's New American, but it's Pennsylvania specific. It's all popular dishes from Pennsylvania reimagined in this really good way. I mean, they got rabbit, they got duck. I love a duck. I couldn't resist. They had a beef tenderloin dish. It's all served family side. So when you go there, it's meant to serve around, I think they said 2 to 3 people. But of course, we like to eat. So we had a feast. We added other dishes in addition. And it comes with their own side dishes. And it's very I mean, for a group dinner, very good price, like a good price point where, you can split a good meal amongst people and it's good portion sizes and things. We had a good time. It was a very good dinner and it was a good BYOB. And yeah, very eclectic, very different. There's nothing like that restaurant in Philly. Shout out to Chef Adam Diltz. Just done some really good work. Great place. We also went to a great bar in Philly that I've been wanting to go to, and Abel and I went with our esteemed, bartender Barry, because he's very picky about the bars that he goes to. But it was a really good bar in Philly that we we just really loved, and it's kind of newish, but they've been around for about over a year. But I really think they're one of the more fun bars and like a bar. And I think that's important to know too. Like we love a bar that is fun, creative, thoughtful, great drinks, great overall vibes, that I love, right? So the bar that I'm talking about, because I want to make sure I give it all its love, because it's always important to just know what type of energy you're getting in Philly. What kind of place to get drinks, where to eat, where to where to go to have fun. What's creative, what's eclectic. All that kind of stuff matters, right? And so when I think about places that I've enjoyed to get a good cocktail, when I think about just a space that really is good music, because music matters, right? And what is all of those things, right? That we want in a space like that. This place just hits it really well. They just has a good vibe. The prices are good. The all of those things matter, because I think some people sleep on those details too. Like they talk about bars and like, are you spending $20,000 on a cocktail? Maybe I'm being a little dramatic here, but there are some bars where they're nice, but they're a little too over the top. And you just don't want that either. You want to find that vibe. So this place is Post Haste. Post Haste is a great bar. It's in Fishtown, but it just carries all the elements. And some of y'all know about Post Haste. Some of y'all like, oh, of course. But some of y'all never heard of it. Post Haste, it's on 2519 Frankfurt Avenue. And they just have some really great cocktails and drinks and snacks and things. And I really like Post Haste a lot. It's critically acclaimed, so it's not a spot that is not in the conversation already, but I just highly recommend it. So we went to drinks after we went to Elwood. We went to Post Haste and it was phenomenal. So just want to recommend them. Other things I've been doing. Facials. Been getting some good facials at Ask Alish, my girl. She also, in addition to facials, fun fact, and maybe this is TMI, but I gotta let my fellas know. She does some really great manicure pedicures, but she did something for me that I will be forever grateful. Alicia Pierce, okay? This is in Chestnut Hill. Ask Alicia, you gotta go. I've been praising her, but okay, it's summer, and it means it's time to wear flip-flops. I've had what I realized to be a bunion, a little small one, okay, on the side of my right pinky toe. And wasn't like super noticeable, but when I would put my flip-flop on, it would just be uncomfortable. And I didn't feel comfortable wearing flip-flops or thong flip-flops recently, because it would be something I would notice. And so I have tried. I was like, oh, do I need to get a topical thing, whatever? So I'm talking to her when she's doing my facial, at the end of season 8. And I'm just brought this up to her. I was like, hey, she's just talking about like how she does manicure. So she's like, I do laser treatments to remove bunions and things. I was like, laser treatment? What is this? What? And listen, I said, oh my goodness, I got to tell you something, girl. Like, can you, I got this thing right here. And she's like, oh yeah, I can get that. I can laser that off. Listen, I scheduled an appointment last week. It's gone. And so when you all, because some of y'all, let me get y'all together, because y'all got your little feet fetishes. I share my feet. It was because for the first time in a long time, I felt comfortable sharing my feet again. Now, some of the people in the comments got some of y'all listen, I didn't realize that people, let me not say I didn't realize people have foot fetishes, but I didn't think that people were going to go up and down all around, no pun intended, about my feet. And I do like my feet. They look good. I do take care of them. I do pedicures, manicures, but this side bunion was, but now it's gone. It's been removed. It's been lasered off. Now my feet looks ready to go. I won't be putting any more pictures of it as much as possible because y'all clearly have a fetish. Now, me and Ask Alicia got a collab. She did video of her removing and doing it, or just, getting my feet right. So that will be a video that she will share for content. And so you will get to see it, you freaky deaky folks, one last time. But outside of that, you might have to catch me outside somewhere at an event and maybe the toes will be out, I guess. But some of your reactions, I was like, and it wasn't even women, it was men, queer, some men. Now, do I got to put a ring on my damn foot too? Goddamn, right? But yes, she did do that, and all the fellas out here that might, and even some women. Listen, if you feeling sensitive about your feet, you feel like you got some corn, something going on. There's now solutions. I would not talk about it if I didn't have a solution. If you need to get that bunion removed or that corn, go to Ask Alicia, fellas. And ladies too. Everybody gets them. She got a laser situation. She got a listen, we'll get it off. Get that feet all the way together. I don't know. Listen, I just leave it to the pros, okay? My feet is feeling fabulous. Okay, I'm looking at it right now, rubbing listen, I have not done this in a minute because I was so uncomfortable. But she gets the job done, okay? She gets the job done. So, it's a lot of, listen, as I get older, I begin to be more invested in my overall wellness, appearance. There's no shame in the game over here. Look, I don't do Botox. I don't do any of that. And I'm not judging folks that do, but I don't do that. A lot of my stuff is very natural, topical stuff. Like, stuff that's just like we enhance the beauty. We don't, but look, there's people that do that. Not judging them. Whatever you gotta do what you do. But I am only recommending things that are, I won't recommend Botox because I don't do Botox. I can't recommend something I won't do. But for things that are like comfortable, non-surgical, non-invasive type of holistic care things, I will definitely recommend those things. As you see when I talk about facials, like, when I'm talking about good skincare, I want to recommend things that does not require you to have to go to a surgeon and all that. Like that's too much for me, at least. We fortunately, I'm not in that space. So you won't hear anything about lip fillers and all that kind of stuff over here. But stuff like facials, masseuses, things, if there's things like that I feel like does not require that much real serious risk, I will recommend it if I went through the experience. So I went through the experience of getting the bunion removed by Ask Alicia. I will tell you, if you're looking for that in a very less painful, safe way, because it was not painful. Because some of y'all like, was it? No, she didn't squeeze nothing to do all that. There was a laser. It was a little tap, tap, tap or whatever. But man, listen, I feel good. Like, it's so weird. Like, I touch my that toe area and I'm just enamored by like how that has just went off. Like, I don't even have that anymore. Like, I just, listen, you need this. If you got it and it's killing you, get it done. Get it, and very inexpensive. It's not costing hundreds of dollars. Just want to add that. It's not costing hundreds of dollars. Just so we clear. Got my nails done, black and gold, ready for this week. My Lux Nails in University City. That's my girl. Got my nails done. Had to get that right. We ready for that. Just all across the board. I'm getting a haircut. right before the convention. I got to be extra crispy, so I'm not, I'm getting ready for that. Yeah, made an appearance on Piers Morgan, which every time I'm on Piers Morgan, there's always some surprises on Piers Morgan, y'all. My goodness. He had this guy named Andrew. Oh my God. I'm going to look him up right now for y'all because I was just like, look, I've gone on that show, but this most recent one was quite telling. So I was on the show with the guy. His name is Andrew, but I want to make sure I tell you his last name because I was like, where did y'all get this dude? Where did he come from? To say, damn, son, where did you get that? Where did y'all get this dude? So Andrew Wilson is his name. He calls himself a debater. He's basically he's a red pill type of dude, an incel, how I feel. Crazy conservative, always smoking a cigarette, thinking he's a badass because he's smoking a joint or some shit. Just typical white frat bro energy. But I was on the show with him. I held my own, I just enjoy the jokes. He's a nut though. And I was on there with Taylor Lawrence, the woman from, she wrote the book, Excessively Online. I think the book is called, I actually read it for research purposes, for something, I ain't gonna tell y'all yet, but that was for, but I did read her book. So she has a book called Extremely Online, The Untold Story of Fame, Influence, and Power on the Internet. It's a good book. And very timely, actually, very timely. But she was on the show. She used to be at the Washington Post. She's 41. And, I've seen her online. She's a firecracker in her own right. Sweet woman, very nice woman. And it was great to be on her show. And so we it's just, yeah. So it's a lot to unpack. But the show, if you want to watch it, the link is in my bio. If you just want to know what's going on, what's the tea, yeah. Yeah. So I'll give that to that show. Now, before I conclude and get to hot topics, I want to take some time. I've been doing a lot of reading. I make time for reading. So sometimes when I'm like not on the internet, I'm reading because reading is important. I read the book, the memoir. Blondell Reynolds Brown has a new book that's out. It's called Walking a Tightrope Backward in High Heels. It's a long title, y'all. I know, right? It's like, that's a lot. I'm going to read it again. Walking a Tightrope Backward in High Heels. That's the metaphor as she describes her political career as one of the most pivotal members of Philadelphia City Council in the 21st century. Blondell Reynolds Brown is an icon, a Philadelphia political icon. She's a trailblazer. She's the first of many things. She is one of the few Black women in Philadelphia politics to win an at-large seat. At-large is a public face as a Democrat, and the first woman, I believe, to be the highest vote getter in a Democratic primary before, like as an at-large. At-large is a citywide seat. There's not that many Black women who can win an at-large seat as a Democrat. Now, Kendra Brooks won the seat as a minority party person, right? But Black women, it's very rare for them to win a citywide seat on council. They win district seats, but citywide means everybody got to vote for you. Everybody, every race, every demographic. And to win that seat citywide, right? Black women do not often win citywide seats. It's a very uncommon thing. And so before Sherelle Parker wins a citywide seat as mayor, Blondell Reynolds Brown was one of the first Black women to be able to show that she's the blueprint for that, for a lot of women, including Sherelle, her mentee, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, Kendra Brooks, a lot of Black women in Philadelphia politics that have went on to get citywide seats and things. Blondell Reynolds Brown was one of the first pioneers to do it like that. As a Black woman, specifically in a city like Philadelphia, for a citywide seat, to get a broad consensus behind her, it's a very big deal. She's a big deal. She's an icon. She's an important person. And so I've known her for my entire time in Philadelphia. Like Blondie, Councilwoman BRB, she is just dynamic. They don't make them like this anymore. Personality, personable, distinguished, smart, but approachable. They don't make them like that anymore. She's a rarity. A lot of times in Philly politics, you either get people that are super approachable, but not that knowledgeable, not that bright. People that are super smart and wonky and knowledgeable, but don't really know how to vibe with everyday people. She just has all of that. And she just found a way to just touch so many different people. She is white women's favorite city councilwoman. If you talk to white women in Philadelphia and ask them about Blondell Reynolds Brown, she is their fave, okay? But she's also Black women's fave. She found a way to be very mainstream without being a sellout. She's awesome. And her this memoir, I enjoyed it. I was reading it just because I'm nosy. And also because I was interested in it, because I wanted to talk about it because of just, anytime there's local political stuff. And so he was like, oh, she got a tell-all book. I was like, let me get into this book. It's very spicy, by the way. And I'm not going to tell it. I want you to read it. You should definitely buy it and read it. But what was interesting was she spilled tea that I hadn't even spilled. And that was the fact that which I realized when I read the book, she actually talks about me pursuing her and interviewing her when she made the tough decision not to run for re-election. Because she would have kept running and she would have kept winning. But she decided not to. And in many ways, she passed the torch to her mentee, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, who has been her successor. Catherine Gilmore Richardson would not have been where she would be without Blondell Reynolds Brown. Like, that is her ultimate mentor. When we talk in politics and we always say, how did a person get to where they're going? Who's that person? There's always, in most cases, a pin person. There are a couple of exceptions to this rule that I'm about to say, right? One example is Amin Brown. Amin Brown does not have a political father or mother that brought him in. But when you think about Morgan Cephas, right? That's Curtis Jones. When you think about Kenyatta Johnson, that's Anthony Hardy Williams. When you think about Sherelle Parker, that's Miriam Tasco. When you think about Cindy Bass, that's Shaka Fatah, right? There's a bunch of people that get their political grounding by others, right? They come from some other type of stock. For Catherine Gilmore Richardson, that is Blondell Reynolds Brown. So everybody has that. A lot of people do. Not everybody do. Not everybody. But the majority of your favorite politicians, they come from a tree. They come from somebody else. Somebody else created a lane. Now, did they have to work for it and earn it? Yes. So that's not to take credit. Because Catherine Gilmore Richardson was working in City Hall for 2 decades. And most of her work was working in the office of Blondell Reynolds Brown. So I will never say that she didn't come from some source, right? You look at Donna Bullock, right? Daryl Clark, right? Everybody comes from that, from some level of a vessel. There was a person that put them on or groomed them or whatever, right? And so that exists. And so she has done that. And so in that transition, when I was hearing whispers, I did reach out to her. And she tells the story about how I pursued her and how she was hesitant to. And it was not because of me. I won't tell you, I will not leave it, but there was not because of me why she was hesitant to do the interview. It was something else. And she shares that in the book. And she's very, and I will just say that she was very honest about that. And it was a very good discussion. But we do the interview and she actually gives all the tea around what I asked her and what she shared. And I must say that in my entire career, I've never read another person or politician that shared an encounter with me or an encounter in this way that was so honest. They don't leave any crumbs. They don't, like, there's if you, like, I have to say, read the book, and this is at the end of the book, because and that's the thing, I was reading all through. And at the end of it, before her last chapter is about regrets. Very honest. This is a woman who's lived a life, and she's very honest about it. And but you can't get a book like that unless somebody's completely out of it. And she's really honest. And I found it refreshing, because so many politicians nowadays, especially those in Philly right now, are full of shit. They bullshit. And I just appreciated how clarifying it was. And it just made me like her even more. And even appreciate her. And I miss her. I miss her in city council. I miss people like her in city council. Because so many people, including her mentee, could learn from her. Still learn from her. Because she's not perfect, and she knows she's not. And that's why I love, she talks about everything, okay? She do. She talks about everything. She don't skip over anything in this book. For me, it was the most honest depiction of an encounter that if I wrote a book, a memoir in my future, and I was to describe moments in my career, the way that she described our encounter from her perspective, and even how she described the interview and everything, it was so on point that I can't even say, yo, there's more that she didn't tell you. No, she told everything. It's exactly the way she describes it and discusses it. So I appreciate her for that. And it was quite a pleasant surprise. And to know that I mattered enough to be in a woman with this much history, to be a part of her history, to be a part of her memoir in this type of way. I'm just saying, man, y'all, one of one. One of one. Just saying. Unique. But I appreciate it. I really do. Yeah. Touching. Very touching. So, let's get into hot topics. This is going to be an episode. Y'all already know. This is going to be an episode. Yeah. So, Trump. Before I get into the salacious of, I know what y'all want to talk about, we're going to get to that in a minute. Let me just say that he's not fully done, but we're in a really fast inflection point. This is going to be a very long 4 years. Let me just say that. This is going to be a long 4 years of flip-flopping, hated it, loved it, from MAGA. And it's coming by really, really fast. One thing that I'm willing to say, and again, my predictions can sometimes be off. It is what it is. But I am at least a little bit comfortable, 80% comfortable, that regardless of however he mixes and matches it, Trump's not going to do a third term. I don't think he's going to want a third term. I don't think the party and his sycophants will want a third term with him. I think this will be his last. What's left of democracy and the White House as we know it, I don't know. But what I am a little more certain about is that I don't see third term. I think the pursuit or the interest on both sides of it ain't happening for him. What is now the question for me, before I get into the read of it all, but I want to lead with these guiding questions, is the party going to be so burnt and fucked at the end of all this that they can even get a successor or somebody strong enough to run for the presidency? Like, will he have will there be another Republican president? The way in which he's playing right now, I can see this all going a certain way. Again, early predictions. We don't know. Shit can change by midterms. Everything keeps changing every fucking day. But where I stand in my gut right now, I don't see a third term. And there are a lot of lingering questions about, because Trump don't have a third term in sight, he might go completely ape shit and really burn shit up in a way that everybody's going to hate him. And it's going to be reminiscent of Bush. That's what I sense here, where Bush first term, let's be real, wasn't shit. But September 11th allowed him to build a level of country unifying around defeating terrorism, right? And so that gave Freudian slip, Bush a comfort, right? You couldn't compete with that moment, right? He needed that war. He needed that because everybody was already not feeling him when he won, right? There was questions of his presidency from day one, right? The original, Stop the Steal. Let's remember, the original Stop the Steal was in 2000 when the Democrats was outside there demanding the Supreme Court do a recount. We was the original Stop the Steal, baby. Okay? Now, I was around I was like 9, 8 years old when all that shit was going on. But I do remember that. And I remember in my young years that the original Stop the Steal was Democrats questioning. And I mean, listen, the conspiracy theories, right? Florida, right? Who was the governor? Jeb Bush, his brother. Everything about that shit was sus. But at a certain point, because Democrats are weak, we just gave up on the shit. Fast forward to now with Trump, and you see how they went down with the Stop the Steal, even though that shit was just stupid. Like, it was just bullshit, right? But we didn't run no insurrection. Democrats didn't run an insurrection when we was frustrated about Bush, but we was a different country. We was a different type of people back then. So people were so over Bush that they elected a black man. John McCain, listen, got problems. But John McCain as a candidate was not that bad. Like, when you compare all the Republicans, John McCain was a reasonable Republican. Some would argue he was a modern-day moderate Democrat, according to today's political standards. But in spite of John McCain's decency, he could not. This country was so fed up with Republicans and Bush and everything in that era that they just was like, we will elect a black man whose middle name is Hussein. That's how much motherfuckers was over Bush. History tells us about politics is that it's a pendulum swing. And I keep telling people this, that it will swing far super right, but then it will swing far super left. And so we're in this political pendulum. History shows us this. This country went from, okay, yes, Clinton, yes, Democrats, blowjobs in the White House, unacceptable. We're not here for this. We're going to go all the way to Christian Judeo, don't ask, don't tell, America, we love America, country music, cancel Dixie Chicks. Like, we went all the way then. And then we went all the way to the pendulum left. Black president, make the White House rainbow, gay marriage, transgender rights. I mean, we went all the way to the left of society, right? And then we went white man, full white man, no diversity. He says, grab women by the pussy, fuck feminism, we're going far right. So we then had a middle ground with the pandemic where we was like, maybe let's experiment with being moderate. So then we said, let's go slightly mid. And we got Biden. And then nobody liked Biden, right? Progressives didn't like him. Republicans didn't like him. Nobody wanted that. We wanted an extreme again. So the right took us right back to Trump again. But y'all, that pendulum swing is about to go back to the left, extremely left. There's no room for a fucking moderate. They want Mamdani, baby. They said, New York said, let's go completely democratic socialist. We are going to go super left. That's what I predict. The next president is not going to be a Josh Shapiro moderate type. It's going to be somebody a little bit more left than that. Moderates, we don't want you no more. Even with Sherelle Parker, like Mayor Parker, we're going to talk about that. The next mayor of Philadelphia is going to be a lot more lighter. Like, she might get reelected. I'm going to get to why I think she will get reelected. But after her, that next mayor of Philadelphia is going to be really left. We might get our own Mamdani. Not necessarily Mamdani, but we're going to get somebody that's going to be a lot more left. Because moderates don't even feel like moderates anymore. And people are tired of that middle. We're in an interesting swing. And it's extremes. And extremes are dangerous. But when you are on a beneficiary end of the extreme, you're going to love it. And when you're not, you're going to hate it. And I feel like our democracy is in that moment right now where either you're going, there's either you, because you know why? See, I'm talking too much because I'm not trying, listen. Remember this conversation. Just remember what I'm talking about right now. Put a pin on it, but I'm going to say this about it, though, before I get to my point. We're in a political cycle where damned if you do, damned if you don't. You might as well just do what you want to do because the way that we are politically extreme, everybody is either a radical. See, this is why the Republicans are going to lose big soon because they've made everybody a radical. And now no one really is at this point. See, the reason why the Mamdani shit's not landing is because y'all told us that Kamala Harris was a communist and a radical. So if y'all think Kamala Harris, which baby, like she ain't nothing like that, is some extreme radical, then now you got Mamdani, who, that motherfucker is radical. It don't land anymore. Because you made everybody a fucking radical. Everybody is a communist. Everybody's a socialist. So now, we don't listen to that shit anymore. Because you're on the extreme. Everybody's crazy. Y'all over here acting like fucking Biden was the worst thing since sliced bread. He was not. So if you're going to make everybody extremely crazy, we don't know who the real crazies are. Now, I don't think Mamdani's crazy. I like him. But he is radical. Like, that's a real one right there. He's extremely political, like to left. He's a real leftist. But the problem is y'all done made everybody that way that now I don't take it seriously. It's not landing with voters anymore. So, because of that, damned if you do, damned if you don't, Mamdani's like, why should I tone down my political beliefs if you're going to frame me like that anyway? I might as well just put it on the table. Shit, my supporters know what's up. That's where we are politically. Pay attention. Because I tell people all the time, what's happening in New York does reverberate in some way to Philadelphia. For those who are avid Core 200, remember when I told you all in 2022, I said the next mayor of Philadelphia is going to be an Eric Adams type candidate. That when New York went to Eric Adams in that way, I said they're going to get a black face that's going to carry that there was a slap. We went too extreme. Remember Black Lives Matter 2020? It went too extreme where we were talking about defunding the police and the public was interested. Then there was a switch and everything became, we got to tone this down, right? So Eric Adams was a moment where we wanted to experiment with moderates, right? We wanted Democrats and black Republicans mixed with a little bit of social justice leaning support, right? So we want our black Republicans, but they're Democrats, to support gay marriage, but we just don't want them like trans people. We want them, and I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about the way that the politics work. We want them to support diversity. We want them to support immigration, but not sanctuary cities. There's a way that people have accepted certain things from black Democrats that they will not accept from white ones, right? And I'm going to get to my thoughts on Sherelle and how this manifests into Sherelle, though. But I say all this to say that Trump is in some shit right now. And it's not even with the Democrats, because unfortunately the Democrats are just all over the fucking place. But I've been paying attention. He is taking, he's expending a lot of political capital in ways that draining the swamp, flooding the zone is a tactic, right? I'm going to do so much crazy shit. I'm going to make everybody be distracted. His supporters are now confused. They're having buyer's remorse. And a lot of y'all are like, who cares? I do. Because they're going to be the ones that's going to unseat Trump's powers. It's not going to be us Democrats. I mean, we're going to vote what we're going to vote. Whatever. Pay attention to the people that you betray. Because those are going to be the people that if you do wrong by your audience, they will turn on you. Trump is no exemption. Because he's not delivering on what they want him to deliver on. That big, beautiful bill, they didn't want all that. They wanted some of it. They didn't want all that. They gave it to him. Granted, so they guilty as charged. I don't want to hear about any of these white common sense Republicans that support him. I don't want to care. I don't care. I don't care. Because there's some cowardice here. There's some cowardice. And I don't, and it's been like that for a long time. For a long time. I look at some of these positions. I look at some of these stances. I look at some of these flip-flops. Susan Collins. Lisa McCuskey, whatever her name is. A lot of that bait and switch. Lisa McCoskey or whatever. She's a coward. And I'm not paying attention to them. Because they just scary cats. But what I am paying attention to is his mega supporters. And some of them congressional ones, like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Because they've been coming out and they acknowledge him. They're not blindly supporting him. I don't care about Elon Musk. That's just a rich man doing whatever he want to do. But they know their power. They're coming for his administration. And they're putting him in a position, it's a divide and conquer. They're coming for people in his administration first. They are coming at him, but they are blaming his people he's put in these positions. And they're forcing his hand to let them go and fire them. The problem with him is he don't got too many people that he trusts to replace them. So his hands are tied. And he can't admit that. He can't admit that. The fact that if you look at who is in his cabinet, right? He's got a lot of unexperienced people in his cabinet. That's by design. That's by design. And what that tells me is that he only been back in office for 6 months. Y'all already want him to replace certain people in these positions. Who wants to come to that dumpster fire? It's getting harder. It's getting harder. It's at a point where they're telling him they can't afford for him to take any more people out of Congress. Because that's what he was doing for a while. He was taking people from Congress, taking folks from Congress and recruiting them. And they were like, you can't take Johnson, the Speaker of the House, was like, you can't take any more people from Congress because we got a razor thin majority. And if anybody sneezes, we could lose these votes in the House. So it's tough. It's tough for him. It is tough for him right now, which I enjoy, but he's in a rock and a hard place. So some of this stuff, right? Big Beautiful Bill got passed. I just want y'all to know, not everything in the policies are going to come out all at once. What I mean by that is that all of these major cuts and things are going to happen periodically. It's going to be a gradual situation. And why he's doing that is very smart, because he wants to be able to blame Democrats and others when it's their time. He'll blame the Democrats. So, because some of this, I think he's predicting, because I've noticed, he's predicting that the Democrats will win the House next year during the midterms. And if that happens, some of these policies are going to happen after 2026, which means that chronological order, he'll be able to say, even though this is flawed, oh, look who was in power when that shit happened. It's kind of like when he takes credit for Obama tax cuts. Remember when he was president, he took the first term, he took credit for a lot of Obama's victories because a lot of that stuff fell into Trump's term. So he was able to take credit for shit that wasn't of his doing. He benefited from an Obama economy that Obama helped sustain. The reason why a lot of people are like, oh, it was good when Trump was in office, was because of Obama's policies and the way in which he left that economy in good hands, that he passed the good economy down to whoever his successor was going to be. He was hoping it was Hillary Clinton, but guess who benefited from it? Trump. And even funny enough, some of the inflation issues that went down when Trump got in office was not related to Trump's policy. He's barely signed many bills. He hasn't really signed that much important policy. It was Biden. But Biden's economic plans and ways in which he went about it, he didn't get the benefit. And neither did Kamala. And it came too late. The economy was getting stabilized. Inflation was getting addressed. And crazy enough, the reason why inflation and everything is going back up is because of the way that Trump has done these tariffs. Things was getting better, just not fast enough. So it's a little sad, But that's important context. So some of the Big Beautiful Bill, a lot of these policies are not going to come in place immediately. It's going to come by gradually. And when it do, please just make sure you never forget and you remind your friends who was responsible for this shit going left. Because history will want you to forget. And I want you to remember. So just wanted to put that out there. Thought that was an important detail that I didn't want to be missing in this important dialogue and discourse, because it's so easy for us to lose sight and forget major players and major folk. And I just didn't want people to, in their pursuit, right, their frustrations, which is warranted. But I didn't want people to lose sight of some of the other things going on here. So just take that in consideration. Just some food for thought. Put that in the back of your mind. Just have that, in the file, as they say. So let's talk about Epstein. Let's get into it. Let's get into the tea. They're divided around the Epstein files. And this, respectfully, is of his own doing. Trump brought this all on his fucking self. 100%. He's got to own it. This is all of his doing. He brought this on himself. This was a fight that he had no business getting into. He brought this on himself. It is his fault. He's got to own it. Point blank, the end. Okay? This is his fault. Because at the end of the day, nobody told your ass to get in this. Nobody told your ass to get in the middle of this fight. Nobody told you to censor yourself in this way. And he did. He took advantage of the fear, the conspiracy theories, all of that. All of that. And I was like, see, here's the issue with the Epstein situation, right? Epstein was not the Democrats' fantasy. He was not one or the other. He was a man of power and influence across the board. Everybody who was connected to Epstein, it was not a far right conspiracy, it was not a far left. Everybody, Democrats and Republicans, everybody had their own ties with Epstein. Personally, because I'm going to keep it 100, I think some things were going on. I don't think it is as salacious or as massive or as crazy as everybody want to believe. I think we just drink too much. We watch too much. We see too much. I think we just... because here's my thing. If you really believe it's this massive, extreme, larger-than-life conspiracy, why are we still sitting here? Why are we treating this like it's entertainment and gossip? Like, why are we treating this with kid hands? Why are we treating this like it's entertainment? Like, I just hear people, the way they talk about sex trafficking, abuse, things. People just be like, well, he was in the... So that's... Like, I mean, the allegations around Epstein and the crimes, right? This is some serious shit. This ain't no sold drugs, did illegal shit, cheated on somebody. This is like some real heinous crimes right here. If we believe this to be true, and we think the people that we think are involved, why are we not raising hell? Because in the back of our mind, we all, to a certain extent, do not feel like it is as massive as we pretend to. I'm not saying that he didn't have accomplices. I'm not saying that other people was involved. I just think that the way in which we're supposed to believe that, it's like the Illuminati shit. Like, if you really believed that there is a secret society of death, blood sharing, dark magic, motherfucker. If you really believe that, why do you continue to support these artists? Why do you not defend and support? Like, a lot of this is Jaguar right shit. A lot of this is bitter bitch shit. Like, what I mean is that I'm going to go there because I feel like I should. In Philly, a Philly barbershop, right, is very interesting. Like a cookout or a salon. You know what I mean? And what I've noticed that happens in places, and this is not just Philly. This is a lot of other places, but y'all will know what I mean. There's always that person. Let's say a musician, a singer, a celebrity, a wannabe politician, somebody, let's say they're washed up. Because I'm going to go there. And what I don't like about a washed up person, whether that's a washed up political hopeful, a washed up musician, a washed up wannabe actor, actresses, model, is that we always find, and I call it the Jaguar White syndrome, where they had access and proximity to famous people, powerful people. They were on the horizon. For whatever reason in their life, it did not work out. For whatever reason, various reasons, right? Some people get burned. Somebody may screw them over. Whatever. That's real, right? But they're burned in a way that not only do they not take the L or the mishap that happens to them, they like to then say it's a conspiracy. it becomes, okay, you might have been screwed over by this person, but rather than just acknowledge that, you go, oh no, it was other things. And then it bleeds oftentimes into homophobia, misogyny, other types of shit that speaks to the person's derangement, right? It becomes, a lot of actors in Hollywood are gay on the low. Everybody in Hollywood is gay. Okay, and if they're gay, what's up? What's the problem? That they make everybody have to be in ritual and they have to have sex with them to get down. So, now it becomes anti-Semitism. The Jews, quote unquote, this is anti-Semitism, by the way. They run it. And so the industry wants and it becomes this whole crazy conspiracy of, if you're not gay, you can't be successful. So then it fuels into homophobia where it's like, so now everybody that's successful in the Hollywood industry gotta be raped or be in, look, there are predators, not denying that. But to try to lean into these homophobic tropes, which I've heard it all, right? To lean into these very, misprescribed, misdirected sexual conspiracy notions and act like the reason why you didn't make it was because you weren't gay, quote unquote, okay. You weren't willing to have sex with everybody. Okay, I say all this to say, can you own that maybe you weren't talented enough? Can you own that maybe it just wasn't in the cards for you? Can you own that maybe two things are true, but not everything is one way? And granted, there are some people, right, in the industry that have that breakdown, that lockout, but there are not everybody that's not getting their big Hollywood break is necessarily talented. Some people are. Some people had those experiences, right? And we know those stories, and they got direct names. But when some of these people, I'll just be like, okay, well, tell me the exec that pulled you in the room and could have gave you that job, that big break. Did you get relevant enough to meet Harvey Weinstein? Was you relevant enough to meet Tony Montana? Did you get to that space where you could have gotten that big break? Like give me some more tea so I can understand it. And what I find is that none of these people ever get to that exact level. They don't touch the surface enough to even get to that place. But all they will do is just pass around Hollywood gossip that they heard. Listen, I've been to the Grammys. I've been to Hollywood. I've been around. There's levels to this shit. Everybody was not invited to a Diddy party. Everybody was not an A-lister. Everybody was not the fuck in a Diddy party, okay? I just keep it 100. And even those who was at a Diddy party, there was levels to it. Clearly, everybody was not in those rooms. And what this trial, because we're going to talk about the Diddy trial in a minute, but everybody wasn't there. And so what I hate is that in the pursuit of trying to come after people or explain it, it's a lot of washed up folks that lean into conspiracy theories because they don't want to accept the harsh reality that maybe you just was not that girl. Maybe you just was not popping enough. Maybe you just didn't have it. Maybe that's just what it was. Period. There's a dude in my barbershop, not gonna name no names, but he could have swore up and down he was gonna be this big actor in Hollywood, but everybody wanted to fuck him and everybody wanted him to sleep around to get it, and he chose not to because the gays, and I'm just like, well, for starters, you ain't that cute. For starters, your acting was all right. You're okay. Third, you was probably a little too old for the demographic of roles. And also, when I look at the heavyweight actors that was hot at that time, am I supposed to believe that all of them brothers was gay? Maybe some of them were, but they might be. But I also believe that all of them was gay and sleep on every, we gotta stop. Because I've been there in my career. People was trying to pull that with me. Well, you know how you get to the Grammys. Bitch, because I'm a journalist. Because I know I'm smart. Have people made advances at me? Some people have. And were some of them execs? Some of them were, but you know what? I was also super talented. And as you can see, I got talent that made it with the without. Some of you all, you're not even doing good independently. I don't even see the chops on you. I don't hear the vocals. I don't even see I don't even see it for you outside of that. All I'm saying is that as an independent journalist, that has been able to achieve what I've achieved with my talent, the way I've done it. Imagine if I did lay down. Imagine if I did play into the games. If you think I'm good now, which I feel like I am, I'm happy with my career. I'm happy where I'm at. Imagine how further it could have been in a certain level. Some of y'all are not even on the level to which you currently are. You're not hot enough to make me be convinced that even if you did do whatever, you was going to ever be there. People out here, I could have been the next Michael B. Jordan. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's just interesting. People just be so delusional. And so when I think about the Epstein situation, I just feel like sometimes it falls in that trap where everybody knows somebody that was in Epstein's jet. Can y'all stop? Can y'all please stop? Be for real. Be fucking for real. The people that may be connected to Epstein, baby, you don't have their money. You will never be in a room with them. You will never have it, baby. You will never be that connected. It is a level to which you will never fathom and imagine. I haven't even fully been in any of that. Got a little bit of proxy. I've met some black billionaires. In my lifetime, I've met 3 black billionaires. Oprah, Byron Allen, and Robert Smith. He's an alpha, by the way. I think 3, maybe more. No, but about at least 3. Well, Diddy's a billionaire too now, so gee. Well, a little bit more than that now, I guess I think about it. But the 3, when I think of like billionaires, Oprah, Robert Smith, and Byron Allen. Those are the 3 that I can, I can say, yeah, I've met them. But that's, because Byron Allen is worth $4.5 million. Okay. And a lot of y'all sleep on it, but Oprah's worth 3.1. Byron Allen got more money than Oprah. Some of y'all probably didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? Robert Smith, that one right there, one of the richest black men, he's worth $10 billion. So I just, he's an alpha. Okay. Decent man. 62 years old. Looking good. Just saying. He's the 88th richest person in the United States. And he is the richest black man in America. Just saying. Now, I'm not saying they was in Epstein's jet or anything. There's no connections there. But I say this to say, there are people like that. Y'all don't even know people like that. Y'all don't even know names like that. Y'all not in rooms with people like that. Those are the type of people that I beg upon and demand upon. That's what we need. Right? That's the kind of power. Those are the type of people. Royalty, dignitaries, high-level politicians. Those are the ones. When I start seeing these stupid lists of like Chris Tucker's name and shit like that, I was like, you know what? This is a joke. This is a joke. This is a joke. And now we don't know, like a man like Trump. Yeah. Trump is that man. Which is why y'all don't know shit about what the fuck happened. Because the likelihood of rich men like him, Peter Thiel. Do y'all know who Peter Thiel is? Like, these are what I'm saying. Like, those types of people. That's the upper echelon. Them would be the ones, if allegedly, right? If it was, they would be it. But y'all love having Beyonce's name in y'all mouth. Y'all love having Diddy. Listen, them are not the ones, child. Like, there's levels. But y'all will waste y'all energy with them types of people. Because we have such a very fucked up understanding about power and celebrity that we don't even recognize like Jeff Bezos, like that's Warren Buffett, that's that type, that's a different type of level. And y'all don't know, there's a level there. The Kardashians ain't it. They're not worried about, like, they're in a different type of wealth. There's levels. There's rich and there's wealthy. And how you make your money also dictates, right? Y'all talking about people with cash on hand. I'm talking about assets, investments. You owning islands. Okay? No one gives a fuck about your Porsche. See, there's a difference. And because money in this country and power in this country is so conflated and so weird, y'all think people are richer than what they really are, and you all think that some people have more power than what they really have. And I get it, because the internet got you all shook. Social media that made everybody richer than what they are, more powerful what they are, more connected than what they are. I get it. I'm not blaming the public for it. I'm just saying that there's levels to this. And so there's a reason why that Epstein file is not out, because the people that might be implicated in it are people that y'all don't even know and y'all can't even touch. But you know who's touching them? Powerful people that fund campaigns and dictate the future of the world. Those people, yeah, we ain't gonna see that shit. And so Trump played around with it because it was fun. It was fun to fuck with Biden with it. But when he got in office, that wasn't happening, okay? If Kamala Harris would have been elected, they would have kept them conspiracy theories. But you got to recognize that when it does not benefit you, you shut it down. It does not benefit Trump. Clearly. You mega supporters that keep asking, why Trump? It does not benefit Trump. Whether he was there or not. But maybe people in his circle clearly is connected. It does not benefit Trump right now to drop those files. And that's why we will never see it. That is why the DOJ is now doing a bait and switch saying what files, there ain't no files. Even though they walked around with big ass binders and took pictures and talked about reading it. It was all a lie. Y'all, it was all a lie. I'm over here on my Carly Red. I'm about to pull, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. She pulled out that paper crying. It was all a lie, y'all. That's me. That's me getting up. That's the Trump administration. Like Carly Red with that you know, I'm talking about that lie detector test, y'all. When she got up and listen, it was all a lie, y'all. That is the White House right now. They'll take that L. And now he's trying to plead. You know, Trump is trying to cover his ass. He's trying to plead. But they going for his people. They trying to go after Attorney General Pam Bondi. The mega is over it. Everybody in mega turning on him. Fox and Friends. Everybody mad. Everybody. Even everybody throwing shots. Rosie O'Donnell throwing her shots. It's been a year since the assassination attempt on Trump. And this should be a moment where mega and everybody should be coming together celebrating the fact that he's still alive. Well, they not worried about that because they on to the next. And on to the next mean they focus on bigger fish to fry. Bigger fish to fry as in getting in the ass. So now Trump is dealing with some real serious shit that he can't get himself out of. I hate to see it. I do. I definitely do. But the problem is, you made your bed. Now you gotta lay in it. You gotta lay in it. You gotta hold that L. You gotta hold that L. Because nobody asked you to get your ass in this shit. Nobody asked you to get your ass in this situation. So now you done got your ass in it, and now you trying to cover your ass. Oh no. No, sis. No. You bring that ass back. Bring that ass back. Because you brought everybody in this situation, you know, and I knew it was going to backfire. I said to myself, it's just the temperature is too hot. And now he's got to do damage control. Now Trump's got to do damage control. Now he's got to, clean up his mess. Now he's got to, change the, everybody calm down. This ain't it. It's too late. It's too late. So now he's doing this damage control, and it's not hitting where he wants it to hit. But he brought it himself. So we'll see. We'll see where that goes. But Mega's divided. I wonder what's going to happen to Pam Bondi. I wonder how long they're going to keep it. Because they're not focused on anything else he got going on. He's been trying to distract with all this other shit he's doing. They don't even care. Not one bit. Not one bit. They don't even care. There you go. So, moving along. This is interesting. The IRS has now changed their policies on... Basically, they've changed their policies on how people show up. Basically, there's a new policy that allows for clergy to now make endorsements at the pulpit. This is crazy. But now, according to IRS, according to new policies, according to the new nonprofit, it is no longer against the law for a member of a clergy, a church, a rabbi, whatever, to make it a political endorsement at their pulpit. So if you're a pastor and you support a candidate, you can use your platform, you can use your pulpit to publicly endorse in front of your congregation. Of course, a conservative would do that. Of course. Of course, at a time where across the states, churches, political institutions, the far right, evangelicals, they've been waiting for this. And now they got it. Now they can be as political. I'm going to tell these pastors this. As somebody who's covered politics and seen it, really, to be real with you, a lot of people want their pastors to stay out of politics. And let me be very clear. They don't want them to stay out of voter engagement. But they want them to stay out of specific politics. It gets a little shaky when you got a pastor that is endorsing political candidates. It's one thing to tell people to vote, to encourage people to vote in a certain direction. But when it comes to, like, I'm talking about Democrats and the black church. I'm not really talking about white folks and evangelicals. They're nuts. They're crazy. I'm not talking about them. But I think about Kevin Johnson at Abyssinia Church in New York City. He endorsed Cuomo. I wish he would have done that. Because now I have questions about a lot of things. You can lose supporters like that. Because now I'm like, why would you support Cuomo? A man who has had multiple sexual harassment allegations. He was a disgrace. He left the office in shambles. Like, why would you back that man? I'm not saying back Mamdani. You don't have to do that either. But like, why do that? Because we know the power of the tongue, says the minister, right? The pastors. Let me say it, right? We know the power of the tongue has life and death. We know the power of the pulpit. Why would you endorse him? Where does your values align with Cuomo? I just want to understand why. You really could have sat that out. I feel like with Democratic primaries, pastors, rule of thumb, sit it out. Personally, sit it out. Yeah. Sit it out. That's just my personal rule of thumb. Don't make those endorsements until you have enough knowledge And if you choose to, you can do what you want to do. But again, sit it out. Because you don't want those problems. Because now Cuomo is lost. And now there's people like, bring that ass back. You know, they're looking at him like, bring that ass back, old boy. Because they feeling some type of way. As they should. As they fucking should. And so, yeah, I'm not crazy about, endorsements like that. I think they always create unnecessary friction and drama in ways that it don't even have to be that way. But they do. So, yeah. Now, of course, the Democrats, just when you think it's okay for the Republicans to drag each other, which we enjoy a good Republican dragging, unfortunately, the Democrats can't even savor the moment because they're too busy fighting each other. I'm going to say this for every smart, decent person I know. Listen, Mamdani is going to win. Leave Mamdani the fuck alone, Democrats. Let it go. Let it go, establishment Democrats. Leave that man alone. Okay? Leave him the fuck alone. Like, I am so annoyed with these damn moderate ass Democrats. They are the death of us. The moderates are they are the death of us. They are so busy sticking their nose in this stupid ass race. And it's like, leave it alone. And what's so annoying about it, and I'm so happy that a lot of Jewish people are beginning to speak up and speak out. It has been very good to hear it. Stop using, a lot of Jewish people I know are getting fed up with the way that anti-Semitism has been weaponized, how what's been going on in Israel and the Middle East and Gaza. They're speaking up. Jewish Americans are speaking up, and I'm really happy. It's been heartening to hear, because it's like, I can't speak for other people's communities, but what I love is seeing them say, please stop using what is happening in our community to push your fucking political agendas. Stop weaponizing our pain for your own cowardice and your own bigotry. Thank you. Thank you. Been waiting for this day, and we are here because people are waking up and going, don't bring our shit in. Because every time you do that, you make it unsafe for Jewish people. You put a target on their back, and you make them the scapegoat for your cowardice. Stop making the harms that's happening to Jewish people the scapegoat for your division. Y'all wasn't gonna support Mamdani regardless. Own that shit. Because he's a progressive. He was bucking against the establishment. So now you want to pull in all this other shit. Stop it. Own your shit. It ain't because of him, saying different. It's not about any of that shit. You are using it as an excuse. And you're taking advantage of a vulnerable population of people. And you're pandering too much that nobody believes you. Enough. Hakeem Jeffries, enough. Stop doing all that fake. Stop doing all that fake shit, all that fake, photoshopping and shit. Like, stop it. You're corny. And you're about to be the fucking Speaker of the House next year. How embarrassing. Like, dude, you are just corny, and you don't have to be corny. Oh, it's embarrassing, y'all. It's hard to watch. It's secondhand embarrassment. It's secondhand embarrassment, y'all. As a black person, I just be like, oh, do less, daddy, do less. It don't gotta be like this. It don't. But this is what happens when you got somebody out here running around here unchecked. This is the crazy shit that happens when you got people out here that's unchecked. So, I see it. I'm witnessing it. I'm looking. I'm learning. I'm observing all of the delusion. I'm watching it all unfold. But leave him alone. I just feel like at this point, he's gonna win. You all can't even coalesce behind it. Why is Cuomo still trying to run? Is what gets me. If Andrew Adams is gonna do it, Eric Adams is gonna do it. Eric Adams is gonna be the one to do it if he does it. I don't think he will, but if he was to do it, this is his shit. He can make the case. You can't. My thing is the audacity of Cuomo thinking that he was gonna be able to come in this room and do something that this man. This is his shit. This is Eric Adams has to make the case to his readers and his supporters and his followers and the voters. He has to do that. You can't do that. You can't do it. It's Eric Adams' job. It's up to him now to be able to figure out how to navigate this shit. It's his job. Period. So, that's that. Now to the local shit. Yes, we've arrived. We've come to this moment. The moment we've all been waiting for, the conversation that we've been waiting for, and that is District Council 33. The strike, the situation, we pretty much know the major players. We know most of what went down, right, at this point. I'll say this. This deal, because I know people are talking and they're saying things like people are mad at the union boss, they're mad at him because, they think, he should have stayed to strike longer. Sadly, if you pay attention to strikes, I just want to put some context. DC 33 workers, the municipal workers themselves, they are the poorest of the poorest among our workers in the city. They are the most underpaid. They are, the average salary is around $47,000. They are literally amongst the most exploited. They live paycheck to paycheck. Many of them are on SNAP benefits. They get food stamps. This strike couldn't last forever because the people impacted would have really felt it to the point that evictions could have happened, right? Their own services would have been cut off, right? They got families to feed. So all of this would have been a lot. Seriously. These are sanitation workers. These are folks that deal with all of this type of labor. They couldn't afford it. So I want to provide context there, right, about this. This deal was not good, but they had no other choice. It's important to note that. They had no other choice. At the very minimum, they got to save their health and wellness fund that was in many ways up for grabs. But also what's important is there was a threat of injunctions. And also what should be important to note is that the day in which this strike went on, this was going to be the week when, if the strike didn't come and it continued, they would have lost their first paycheck. There's a lot there. So, City Solicitor Renee Garcia served him with an injunction request regarding water department employees. they were going to have to be forced to go back to work in many different ways. Injunctions would have been put on the table. It was going to crumble. And those legal threats is how Sherelle Parker was able to get this deal. And I put deal in parentheses because a deal, in my opinion, I feel like, in my opinion, they were coerced. There was no good faith in this negotiation from the administration, in my opinion. I don't think it was good faith because coercion means that you're getting a person to do something in a position to which they have no ability to say no without inevitably being harmed. So when we talk about, I want to make sure I use my words and my analogies correctly because I want to use one that is not as visceral as what I was thinking of. But we know about coercion, right? Let's say a person is trying to sign a contract to be a singer. And we hear about music artists being coerced into signing deals, right? Let's say that they tell them, okay, if you don't sign this, then we're taking away your insurance policy for your family. Like, you don't get your health benefits if you decide to leave your contract. Oh shit. If I don't do this, my family will die, essentially. Okay, I gotta sign it. Does a person really have any real agency in a coercion? And so this was not a deal, this was a coercion. The deal is not a deal because nothing much did not move. Nothing really fucking moved. I mean, what, 1.25 of the percentage went up a little? Just to say it was a deal. But mathematically, it's nothing. Because the city always had the money. Money was not the issue. This fiscal responsive argument, we'll get in that in a minute. This was about power. This was about, in some ways, petty revenge. This was about priority. This was about hierarchy. This was not about money. If he would have kept the strike going, the city solicitor, there would have been injunctions. Workers would have had to be forced to go back. They would have not had a paycheck. So then there would have been forced labor for other folks. Some folks would not have been out of paycheck. She was going to bleed them out. And she knew her power in it. But what was lost? What was lost? What was lost is that she had to pull all types of tactics to do it that revealed the nastiness and the concerns that many opponents of hers have had from the very beginning. For somebody that's supposed to be pro-union, pro-labor, pro-worker, she hired scabs and outside contractors doing those strikes. I mean, limited court orders requiring some DC 33 members to perform essential tasks to report to work. She didn't respect the strike, in my opinion. She didn't respect that strike. Because even if you say you pro-union, pro-labor, pro-worker, you will let the fight happen without impeding upon the worker's ability to properly do the strike. Even if she disagreed, right, on the issue, if you're pro-union, pro-labor, pro-worker, you let the fight happen. You let it be in faith. This was not done in good faith. The way that they operated was not in good faith. DC 33 was doomed. And people would argue, oh, well, what was the point of the strike? They should have gave in. Absolutely the fuck not. Because at the end of the day, as workers, they stood up for themselves. Listen, even if, when you say I'm so bully, and I learned this when I was younger, okay? I won some, I lost some. But you know what? In each of those situations, I stood up for myself. I was not going to lay down and let somebody think they can beat my ass. Oh, I'm going to swing. I'm going to get a lick or two. I may not get every one, but I'm going to get something. And so to some of the reporters and journalists, I am disgusted by the way that you have characterized and you have written this. And I'm going to talk about that. Don't worry, because I got some thoughts. Bill Anderson, respectfully. I look at some of those interviews, and Bill Anderson was like, well, what was the point of doing it? Excuse me? How dare you? You should know better. You should know better. Because a strike, everybody should have the democratic right to free protest, to petition. And a strike is about demanding for yourself. It may not necessarily land. They wanted to win. They wanted their demands. I respect them. But they had to let the public and people know that we don't just lay down and accept anything. And they wanted us to know that even whatever happens, this is not a deal, quote unquote. So I want to be very clear that I hear the strikers. I hear those workers loud and clear. I know this is not what they wanted, and they had no other choice. And we, the people, got to recognize that this was a coercion. They had no other choice. If they had the freedom, the luxury, the fiscal support of us as community to help them through that fight, they would have never been touched. But the real reality is it just shows us how power sees people. DC 33 is the most diverse workers in the unions. They're the most diverse. They're the most black. They're the most local. They're the most impoverished of the entire union base. They are the most blue collar of the blue collar. The most underpaid and overworked. And I always tell people, I judge people not by how they do the best, but how they do the most marginalized. If anything could be learned from this strike shows me that no matter how much political power likes to align themselves with working people, everyday people, the out-of-touchness shows up and manifests itself when you see how you do the most marginalized. And what's so sad and so embarrassing are the memes, right? The jokes, the can't get a dollar out of me, right? Everybody has now cracked up about, in many ways, Sherelle being so penny pinching and how she stood on business and how she didn't give a dime. And I'm just like, but look who she didn't give it to. See, if she was penny pinching for billionaires and developers and big corporations with the tax cuts she proposed and supports, I would be like, yeah, tell them billionaires you ain't gonna get another dollar out of me because y'all got too much motherfucking money. But you're telling it to people who barely got it. People who can't afford to put the groceries on tables consistently. People who are living paycheck to paycheck. Is that the flex that y'all think it is? Is this really what y'all think this is? Are y'all really thinking this is what it is? Because it's not for me. It's not. It's sad. It's disappointing. It's embarrassing. And what's been disheartening is, let's just say that you want to entertain this argument. Let's just entertain it. That Sherelle Parker wants to be fiscally responsible and that she wants to care about the future and the economy. Then why would you propose a $800 million affordable housing plan in the middle of all the shit we got going on in this city? Oh, I like affordable housing like the next person. Of course I do. However, there are many members of city council that questions the actual ability for that to be able to happen. They didn't even want to vote for it. They only did it because Kenyatta Johnson whipped them into gear. Maybe you had a couple of people that supported it, but I know that Kenyatta Johnson, I can say this as a fact, that I spoke to many council members on background that told me that he literally put them in submission to do it. He literally, allegedly, told them, barter for barter, bar for bar, I need this one. And they did it because he asked them to, because they demanded, because he let them slide on some other things. I could get very specific, but I won't. But they didn't do it because they wanted to do it. It's because the powers that be that runs their other initiatives do. Coercion. That's the nature of politics. It's transactional. They don't believe in this. They don't believe in that $800 million. So I'm just thinking to myself, fiscally responsible. Okay. So we gave over $1 million for cop uniforms. Remember I talked about that a couple of weeks ago? We allow the police budget to get increased. We're keeping the sheriff's office in a position where they can just do a lot of crazy shit with their money. Fiscal responsible. Okay. Yeah. The issue I have with it is the lack of consistency in that argument. The mayor has not necessarily been consistent on the fiscal responsibilities of the city and the types of pet projects and experiments that she chooses to fund. We saw that with the $800 million affordable housing plan. We've seen this with it. Like I'm going to say some things very frank, right? This city is going to have an over $800 million surplus outside this budget that has been mounting and mounting for every budget cycle. All the money they propose and do never all go to everything. So money surpluses, right? There was also money from Biden. There's also some rainy day fund money. There's all types of money. And to act like there could have not been more concessions to help those workers, it's just not true. It's not true. It's just not true. She just didn't want to do it because it's not a priority to her, in my opinion. Because if it was, I'm not going to play the percentage game numbers, okay? Everybody gets caught up in the 15% largest. Listen, y'all, numbers, percentages without context can be manipulated, conflated, and if the workers really believed that they were getting a good deal, they would have not fought as hard. It takes a lot for the poorest of the poorest to rise up. Do you know how hard it would be to be a worker like that and to go on strike? It's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to protest. It's not an easy thing to use your voice in that way, especially when you're not a person that has resources, means, connections, and everything else. It's not easy. And so there's a level of delicacy that needs to be considered that was not. And I feel like in some of her rhetoric, as much as she want to act like she's throwing shots at progressive candidates and elected officials, there was slights at those workers. And I won't even begin to tell you, because I know, and I could pull some receipts, how messy that camp was in certain media pockets and circles. Because what y'all fail to realize is that, and I talk about this often on the show, but journalists talk to each other. Even if we don't look like we like each other, a lot of us do share notes with each other. You'll be surprised who I talk to on the low. Look, I don't see these people as my competition. You can't compete where you don't compare. I'm in my own lane. So I don't look at none of these people as competition. I don't. I'm not competing. I got my own shit. I got my own platform. Everybody can eat in my world. Some people don't believe that. Cherry Craig. But some people don't think people can eat and be able to be cordial. Some folks want to always be competing. But you can go beef in your head. I'm going to go take the beef to the bank. That's just what I'm going to do. But there's a lot of political reporters in the city, folks that I talk to behind the scenes. We DM each other. We share notes. We run shit by each other, you know. And what I will tell you is, from what I heard, allegedly, even though some of the people from the park administration was tipping some people in the press off about narratives about the union, specifically the salary of the, business manager. They was talking about him, all that drama about how much money he makes a year. Yeah, he makes 6 figures. He makes a lot of money, right? Greg Bolware, he makes a lot of money, right? But here's the thing about that comparison. Because I think the offense was that it came out how much the park administration salaries had went up. And, for the record, she did not raise her salary by 9%. That's not true. But what happened was, because now I can tell some things, and you can go back in numbers and look, but Kenny got a crazy raise his final year that he didn't even deserve. But the question becomes, why did he get that raise? And why did he ask for that raise? Because his successor could use that salary as a way to come into her job. Sherelle Parker came into the administration with a salary that was bigger than the salary of her previous people. But the way that government works is that when you raise a salary for one person, you can inherit that salary coming in. So Kenny raised it for himself, but he knew he was helping his homegirl out, right? So Parker came in with a larger salary than others. And then on top of that, she gets to lean into cost of living increase that is automatic, right? I think it's like a 3% increase, but like everybody in council and all government, a lot of government workers, they get an automatic, I don't even call it a raise, but they call it cost of living, COF or whatever, but it's automatic, right? And it goes up automatically. So I'll be quiet on, I can't overshare. I got to be quiet about something about it. But what I can say is that she knew what she was getting. She knew the increase. She wanted her increase. They gave it to her. Okay? It wasn't I woke up and I got this. It wasn't 9% though. Let me just straight the record. But I will also add, I'm not mad at it. I'm just saying she knew. And it is what it is. We ain't going to talk about the salaries. Let's not talk about the salaries, because we can talk about the salaries and I know more than I'm going to share right now, but as more come out, let's just not. Let's not. And so there's a level here, as you can see. People need to stop lying in public. Because public record matched with calling people who don't like you or don't agree with something, they'll sing like a canary and they'll share a lot of information and they'll share emails. And see, that's the thing about politics. No permanent friends, no permanent enemies. Everybody you burn one person today, they'll come back and strike a match tomorrow. And the funny part is that someone in the administration might think, it must be the progressives. No, because here's the thing. I have discernment, right? And discernment means that I always check the source. What's driving this person to say this compared to others? Oh no, everybody be backstabbing each other behind closed doors. They be throwing stones and hiding their hands. And it's not the very obvious people that you might think. So somebody might say, it must be Kendra Brooks. It ain't Kendra. Because Kendra Kendra disagrees out loud. See, it's never going to be the person that publicly disagrees out loud. It's going to be that person behind the scenes being a snake. I'm going to leave it at that. But a lot of people in city council was singing like a canary this past week and wanting the listeners to know, in the pursuit of them covering their ass, they wanted y'all to know, my name is Bennett and I'm not in it. I want you to know so that the record could show. And they cared about that. They wanted the record to show. And so they did. People that I hadn't talked to came and reconnected. You know, people I had been critical for months and folks that I was falling a little short on. Everybody in the midst of a crisis, some people do feel compelled to come. And my door is open for the park administration, as it always been, for very civil, factual, real talk. On record, off record, on background. The door has always been open. My office hours are open for all of the electeds and people in positions of power to really tell the truth. But one thing that I have is don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. It's got to be, because I'm going to ask the questions. And this week, I had a lot of people that was honest and very honest about where they fucked up, where they went wrong, what they did, why they didn't do a certain thing. It gave me some context. And I appreciate it. So this goes into some of the other optics, because as you heard me earlier, it's important for me to say that my door is open, because there's been some mischaracterizations. There's been some character assassinations. And I feel like you could do what you do, but watch my shoes. I grew up in Houston as a song. If you know the song from H-Town, y'all know, do what you do, but watch my shoes. You can get loose, but watch my shoes. It's an iconic song, okay? Don't step on my G-Nikes, he said. There's a reason why it's important. Do what you do, but watch my shoes. And what I didn't appreciate was these narratives, because we're at an inflection point in this city. And I knew this day was going to come where you all were consistently saying, why you ain't coming at the mayor? I wanted to give this woman the grace, the space. And honestly, it's not even coming at, but I'm just a judicious person. Like, I truly believe, because some of y'all was like, well, you didn't say anything about the mayor with the arena. I felt like, in many ways, the mayor, because this is the word of the week, coerced. I feel like the mayor was coerced in how she had to support that arena. It was a damned if she do, damned if she don't. If she didn't support the arena, I do believe, and she may not say it herself, but I do believe that if she would have not supported it, the narrative would have been by a lot of her, business allies and others, that she's not supporting growth in Market East. She's not supporting business. The narrative was that it was going to give jobs for the union, because of Ryan Boyer, who is the big honcho, right? And that's her guy, that she wasn't going to go against Ryan. She didn't want to be framed as being anti-union, the irony, anti-union, anti-worker, all that shit, right? And so anti-labor. I think there was a lot of damn this she do, damn this she don't. So if she didn't support it, there was going to be a nasty campaign to frame her like she's not doing enough to give growth and opportunity. And so as a leader in her position, she had to at least consider it. She had to at least give it a level of attention, given the level to which the players that were involved. But that being said, I can see that for the mayor. But city council, it was in your hands. It was in your hands. You could have put a stop to it. Who gives a fuck about your own individual? As a collective, you all could have interrogated and y'all could have said, because here's the thing, no deal would have been better or good or worse enough for the mayor to say no to it. She just had to entertain it. She had to allow it to get the attention. And in many ways, her supporting it opened the door for city council. Because here's the thing, they had to vote on it regardless. They can't blame the mayor though. And I think that's the cowardice of city councils, that they like to blame the mayor as if they are at her beck and call. No, y'all are not. No, you're not. You're not always doing what the mayor say. And listen, this year, this upcoming cycle, you're going to see them buck at the mayor in many different ways. So there's a lot of hypocrisy there. I felt like at the end of the day, the real shift of responsibility on that arena decision is in city council. They had the power there to stop it. They did it. Now, this DC 33 situation, this is the mayor. All the mayor. The way, it's not about what you do. It's about how you do it. The way that the mayor messaged and went about this, that's all her. And I'm never going to be silent or complicit when a person in that level of power are making decisions that appear to harm marginalized working class people. The reason why the arena thing for me was interesting is because it was dealing with disappointing billionaires. Okay, you don't get your fucking deal. Who cares? It's like everybody cares so much about the interests of billionaires and developers more than they cared about the sensitivity and nature of these DC 33 workers. It's really a study of class imbalance in this city. And so that just really strikes me because everybody was so big on not pissing off Ryan. Respectfully, Ryan Boyer, I know him. We have great conversations. But respectfully, we agree to disagree on some things. Ryan Boyer does not live in Philadelphia. He is not a Philadelphia taxpayer. Ryan Boyer does invest a lot of energy and resources into Philadelphia. Ryan Boyer is a wealthy man. Ryan Boyer also gets a fat salary and makes good money that he arguably works hard for. That money does not come from the city government. So when people was comparing the salaries of these union labor leaders, I'm like, y'all, if this man could pay his workers what he wanted to pay them without his money, he probably would pay them better than this. The mayor can control the budget and influence the budget, which is why her employees got paid the money they can. He can't determine the salaries of all those workers. So it was an unfair analogy right there for me. The analogy just don't stick there. And also trying to compare his salary as if that is the compare. There's a lot like the police unions, the commissioners, all these people get crazy money. It's always the big exec's going to get money. But their salaries are an anomaly to what the workers get. So I never stuck with that. But the one thing that really disappointed me the most was a lot of the conversations around women and misogyny and race. And the Democratic establishment, a party, there's some nasty ass people. That's some nasty work because you're acting like the people who are critiquing are not also black women and black people. That, okay, there's always going to be those annoying, messy white progressives. They get on everybody's nerves, child. But to try to frame the critiques of this mayor as being rooted because she's a woman and she's a black woman, I think was intellectually dishonest and a mischaracterization of the entire situation. Yes, there were some people that were misogynistic and engaged in misogynoir. Absolutely. There are going to be always in situations involving black people racist. But by a large margin, if you listen and look carefully at what the critiques were, they were not pointed towards her sexuality, her gender, her race, none of that. And she's a cishet woman. Let me be very clear. She's a cisgender heterosexual woman as far as I know. So when I mean sexuality, I'm saying all the ways that her identities intersect. None of that was a leading amount of criticism. This is a tactic to deflect. And as somebody who understands racism, sexism, homophobia, classism, elitism, and wrote a book about it, let me school some of y'all. If they're keeping the main thing, identities be gone, it is not that. I saw a lot of people frustrated with the Parker administration and with Sherelle Parker as the mayor because of the way that she talked to people. We are going to be in some... This is why a lot of conversations around DEI has been weaponized against folks advocating for DEI. Because those people who should know better lean into it to surf well and guard themselves from the real accountability. Listen, every person that criticizes me is not homophobic. Because some of the people that criticize me are also gay. Some of the people that criticize me are not racist. Because some of those people are black. Some of the people that have things to say about me or my stuff, we can agree to disagree on my flow. But I will never automatically call them racist or automatically call them homophobic simply because they disagree with certain things that I say or do. And if I do call you racist, I will show you the racism. I think creating a broad stroke of framing and making it look like the vast majority or the level of criticism was because she was a black woman, I think in this situation that is fucked up and as inaccurate. I know when they were. I would argue that during the campaign trail, when people was comparing her to Helen or Rebecca and talking about aspects of her that had nothing to do with her actual policies and politics, I was one of those people that said, wait a minute now, don't do that. I know when the look, we all do. Look, I have my critiques of Malcolm Kenyatta as a black gay man. He's a black gay man, it is what it is. But I'm never going to be in a room and let somebody talk about him in a very homophobic way. And I've seen people do that. And I was like, watch yourself. Because I know that if they would do that to him like that, they would do it for people like me. And so that's off the table. There were some people that did cross the line with putting her address out there, talking about where her kid goes to school, all of that. Yeah, extremes, absolutely. None of that is acceptable across the board, right? Not okay. Fucked up. But to try to characterize the barrage of disgust and disappointment in the Parker administration as being that I don't agree with. What I see was people who wanted to get better pay. When you fuck with people's money, people do get a little crazy. When you fuck with people's money in the heat, people do get a little crazy. It reminds me of the movie Do the Right Thing by Spike Lee. The hottest day in New York City, in Brooklyn, led to a cop killing an innocent black man that led to a riot that led them to fuck up Mookie through the brick, right? It was because tensions were already fucking high. This is the hottest summer of the year, and poor people are expected to pick up smelly trash in the heat. Yeah, people got mad. Yeah, people said some things they shouldn't maybe have said. But when you playing with people's money, it's going to be a different level. And so I think the disrespect went high because of the temperatures were high and the risks were high. And whereas I might have thought, maybe you shouldn't have said it that way, you know what? I shut the fuck up because I do recognize that some people was mad. And if I was in a situation, I would too be a little mad as well. So it's really annoying to see certain people living in the suburbs, not living in Philadelphia, they got nice salaries, talking to poor black folks, all right, about how they need to talk and how they need to act. Yeah, you let somebody play with your money like that and you see how you will feel. Don't forget, I'm from around the way. Y'all get it. Don't let that Penn degree USC Masters, don't let it fool you. Because just like Sherelle Parker can come out her bag and show out too, we all can. And she had her moments in this debacle where she did pop off in ways that I was like, yeah, there's a lot of emotion here. And there was a lot of emotion because this issue was personal. Because people knew it was cap. So what do you do when you're capping in public? You got to make it something else. Everything became personal because she couldn't focus and stay on the policy because her arguments was not sticking. If I saw another bar graph that inarticulately mischaracterized the fiscal nature, like, first of all, let's talk about statistics, shall we? A bar graph that's comparing 1995 raises to 2025 raises without considering inflation, not considering population, dent, growth, cost of living, is already flawed. It's flawed. It's flawed. Could you imagine if I compared movie tickets? Could you imagine that? If I compare movie tickets from 1995 to 2000 and try to make some interesting case or critique, it wouldn't stick. It wouldn't stick. Because circumstances shapes policy, and policy shapes pay, and pay shapes the way people show up and how they talk to you. You pay people a low amount of money, people feel less inspired. You pay people a higher salary, they may show up to work and do a little bit more. She knows that because all of her top tier brass staff got a nice pay raises, bigger pay percentage raises than she did. I mean, people was going from $100,000 to $145,000. I mean, the pay raises were crazy, crazy work. Fiscal responsible. That's gonna be my new little punchline joke. When I go out on a date with my husband, I'm gonna be like, we gotta be fiscal responsible at John George's. We gotta be fiscal responsible. He gonna say, oh, I can't say that word on the show. But if you know, you know. He say, sir, listen. Then why we at John George's then? You had money for Friday, Saturday, Sunday last week. Don't come in here talk about being fiscally responsible this week. Don't get cheap now. I mean, that's what it is. We had $800 million for affordable housing. We balling out of control. And now you want to tell the workers, the DC 33 workers, oh, you gotta pipe down on that. So it was a lot of capping throughout this process. And I, quite frankly, I would have I just like a villain, and I'm not saying she's a villain. Anyway, I'm just saying that play the role. Be who you are. I have lost a lot of, I struggle with this man, but he plays his character so well. And that is Kenyatta Johnson. He know he the mean man. He's mean. He's mean. He can be careless. Careless. He don't be giving a fuck. You should see him when he be on his dais at council and people be talking and protesters be crying and that man be sitting up there doing his little nod, his little purse, his little lips like he don't be giving a fuck. He don't. He's just so Teflon Don. He walks around, he don't give a fuck. It's a little cold. And sometimes it makes me feel like he lacks compassion. Truly. I don't like it personally. I get it. But it can sometimes read code in ways that I really wish he just could be better at it. But he just don't be giving a fuck, okay? And he lets it. I mean, his whole presentation and swag, he don't give a fuck. But at least we know. You know what I'm saying? We know. But there's some people, to be honest with you, that I look at and I'm just like, okay. You just it's just a side eye. It's a situation where you just be side eyeing. You just like, I don't understand what's going on. Why are we doing this? Yeah. It's one of those like a wake ups, you know what I mean? Where you just like, why are we choosing to do this way? So when I see some of the behavior I see, some of the conflicts and disagreements, a lot of it takes me back to that place. It takes me back to that place where I'm just kind of like, I know when to hold it and fold it. I know how to read the room. I just know how to reset my expectations. And I think sometimes in these situations in politics, that's what ends up happening. You be put in positions where you realize, okay, this is why people are the way they are. And you learn, you learn. And I'm just going to say that you learn. And when you get to that place, you just can never go. And so I think what I'm trying to tell you all is playtime is over. Playtime is over. I'm going to promise you this. I'm not going to be sexist. I'm not going to play into sexism and those type of games in Philly politics. I will never, my critiques for this mayor is not going to be about her sexuality, her gender, or her race. None of those things is going to be where I'm coming from with any of the things I have to say. I will not do that. Every critique I have about her will be rooted in her own decisions and her own actions. That's just what I want to be clear on. It will always be rooted in her actions and her decisions. Because I feel like actually that is actually the antithesis of sexism. To actually judge people for their performance and not their actual presentation or their identity. To judge people on their work is what is essential. So I'm actually doing my job. That's actually going against sexism. I have kept the same level of scrutiny. To not do that would be the sexist. To say, I'm not going to critique you, Sherelle. I'm not going to hold you accountable because you're a woman. Think about that. So I'm not treating you as an equal, right? I'm actually not holding you accountable in your full personhood and holding you accountable as a person that you are, because I'm actually saying you're a black woman. So therefore, I can't. Why? Because if I say I can't in fear of being called a misogynist, then the reality is, then that means that no one's actually treating you fairly as a person. No, that's the opposite. We should actually be fair, right? And so what we should be striking for is not favoritism, but fairness. And so in my critiques of this mayor, just like my critiques on Kenny, just like my critiques on Nutter, because I heard a lot of people talking about where was all this for Kenny and Nutter? First of all, the negotiations didn't happen when Kenny was in office. And second of all, what is the point, right? But if you're going to talk about me, we can Google how many articles have I written about Kenny, and how many times have I called for Kenny's resignation? More than twice. How many articles have I written about Kenny? Dozens. How many have I written about Nutter? Plenty. How many articles have I written critiquing Sherelle Parker? I'm in the final round Jeopardy. Who got it? What is zero? What is zero? Zero. Zero. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. See, when y'all had them conversations, my core 500, and y'all hear these people talking about, oh, Ernest, he's so aggressive. I didn't like the way he came at Sherelle. He's so aggressive. Hit him with the facts, baby. Say, he was a lot harder on Kenny, though. I mean, he could critique her, but I don't think it's sexist. Because sexist mean he would have done it less than a man on gender. I mean, it ain't sexism. If you just, He came for, Johnny Doc. I mean, I tried to Google, and look at tweets. I didn't really find too many times he really came at the mayor. And when he disagreed with the mayor, I mean, it was about topical issues like the arena and different things. I mean, he hasn't really, I think that's a little strong, don't you think? Yeah. Because you know what they're going to do now. This is what they're going to do. This is the master plan. They have found their strategy. Because we're about to have some more strikes, right? We're about to have some strikes that involve the teachers and the white collar workers. Here's the playbook. Let's all not act shocked. Here's the playbook. Go after the salaries of the union leader bosses. Target them in their salaries to distract people from everything else. 1. 2. Blame the progressives as stroking the fire and instigating it as if they don't give a fuck about these issues any other time. Blame the progressives. That's part 2. Part 3. Any critique towards Sherelle Parker, frame it as sexist and racist and misogynistic to scare people from critiquing her so that they will not be quote unquote canceled. 4. Pretend that there is no money in sight to help them and therefore that what they're asking for is impossible. And that's the 5-step plan. There's more, but let's just remember this. Notice the pattern. Moving on. This will be the new norms. It will always be blame the progressives politically when they step out of line and don't support the mayor. Blame them for stroking the fire. I seen Parker do this in a recent interview. The mayor did it in an interview with the Inquirer where she said she wanted to be clear that she doesn't blame the workers, but tried to act like they was misguided and they were, under the spell of the radical progressives. Now she didn't name names, but she was basically throwing shots at the progressives that did it. And she's been antagonizing from day one. I've told her personally many, many years ago that would not work in the way she think it is, but she's choosing to do it and it will open the door for more critique. That's the new mode, right? It will always be the progressives' fault. Like, oh, they manipulated you. They made you, they trying to divide us. Ma'am, with all due respect, Madam Mayor, those people were mad at you. For what you said and what you did. Because you flip-flopped. Don't do that. It is not because of Kendra Brooks. It is not because of Nicholas O'Rourke. It is not because of Rue Landau. It's not because of Jamie Gattei. Look, you can blame them for some other shit, but this ain't the one. This ain't it. So miss me with that shit. Like, that's bullshit. They were mad at you for you. Second, let's talk about it. At this point, they're going to keep playing the narrative. She's a black woman. She's a black woman. She's a black woman. This is true. And it cannot be ignored. However, let's make sure that we don't fall for it. Look at what's being critiqued and how it's being critiqued before you put that in the box. Just gonna make that be known. Don't get distracted. Don't be afraid to speak out. And maybe you might have to clarify. I say I am not a sexist. I am not a racist. Like, that what we're going to have to do? So we can shut these people the fuck up on that lie? Because they're doing that now. And what's funny is that the Democrats, right, especially Democratic moderates, what's so ironic to me is that I got to make sure I say this right. They oftentimes will support policies and initiatives that hurts the very identities that they belong to in their pursuit to then use identity solidarity. You have solidarity within our image, but you have no solidarity within your policies. And what I mean by that is somebody was like, we got to support our own in power. And I said, which got viral, I will not support my own in power if they're harming those of our own without power. Y'all missing the plot. Y'all missing the plot. And also, let's be very clear on who's defending this behavior. I call them the ruling class. I talked about it on my social media. I've been talking about it lately, and I want y'all to remember this because this is big. The ruling class is how I define it in this sense. Are people who have access, like immense access, not just the hello, let me call my local official. I'm talking immense access to political power and capital in this city. Now, let me be very clear. This includes politicians. This includes their senior staff. This includes consultants, lobbyists, and those in the inside. This includes their family members and relatives. Let me be also clear. Being a part of the ruling class does include the wealthiest, right? The 1%, right? But it also includes people in proximity, close proximity of that. And I want to be very clear that you don't have to be rich to be in a ruling class, you know, or super, super wealthy. People like to pretend that's the case, but it's not. Okay? Because let me tell you, some of these city council workers and staffers, they're in the ruling class, but they're not really wealthy or super rich. So it's not about class per se. It's about access. And class has magnitudes. It's not about just money. That's why I sometimes get annoyed with Bernie Sanders. His whole analysis sometimes turns me off because he's strong on the economic aspects, but he just doesn't understand culture and wealth and things. And he just becomes tone deaf sometimes. But understanding the ruling class in this context in Philadelphia, right? Because this is a poor major city. There's a lot of people that's in the ruling class that do not actually have money, but they have a lot of proximity to power and folks that do make decisions that shape the city. And so what I have found is that in these conversations, right, when you see people out here defending certain behavior and playing into the propaganda of it all, a lot of those people are coming from the ruling class. They won't be transparent about that to you. You'll find out in different ways. Like, why is this person always arguing in defense of Sherelle? Why can't they ever critique Sherelle? Why can't they ever say, hey, she made a mistake? Because in some way, shape, or form, they're part of this ruling class. I know those players. I know those people. I don't argue with them. There's a reason why I do not argue with a certain man who is the spouse of a former state rep in Strawberry Mansion. Oops. I'm not going to say his name. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to give him no more. He does enough talking on social media. But there's certain people that I will not give that much attention to anymore because I realize, oh, you're part of the ruling class. Oh, you are just a sycophant. Oh, you're just going to agree with everything because you financially benefit from it. Oh, you're going to be the man that's going to spread propaganda because you are in bed with these people. Okay, got it. Now, let me be very clear. I'm in the ruling class by default. My education, my capital, my profession, what I do gives me access in ways that other people don't. I do have that access to power. Clearly, you don't do a podcast like this and not be a part of the ruling. Like, I can't be flexing to y'all like this and not be no, I'm in the ruling class by default. But that being said, let me be also very clear. Being in the ruling class does not automatically make you a classist evil person. It doesn't make you an elitist, right? Being elite and being elitist are two different things. We got to teach the babies because some of y'all go out here and everything is 1%, everything. Let me educate y'all real quick, okay? Being educated, making a decent living, making money, being educated does not make you elitist or classist. It's how you treat people based on that status that determines you being a compassionate person or outright classist. So if you go around and you start acting like working class people don't deserve a livable wage, yeah, you're a fucking classist. I heard some of the most classist shit this week. People talking about, oh, well, they pick up trash, so why they expect to get that kind of money? Excuse me? What? Oh, you think that picking up trash is beneath you? Well, if it's that beneath you, then why do you want them to get their asses back off that strike? That is some real important essential work that deserves real essential decent pay. But their hubris thinks because they spent years in college getting a 4-year degree, getting all these master's degrees, that they think that because they have that, then somehow nobody else should have anything unless they do it according to their standard. That's elitist. That's classist. Here's the thing. I got all those things. I got an Ivy degree. I got all those things. But I don't believe that I'm better or deserve, or let me clarify that. I don't believe that I'm better than a person simply because I have that. Now, if I tell you I'm better than you, it's not going to be because of what I have, it's what I do. And what I mean by that is, it's not by profession, it's by performance on scale. So if you say to me, okay, I think, Ernest, are you a better journalist than this person? Yes, I'm a better journalist than this person because this is what I do, and this is what they do. But I'm never going to compare myself to an essential worker and say, I'm better than the garbage man because I am a journalist. No. Why am I comparing my profession to them? That is elitist. You know, that's why I always strayed away from people that do the whole, would you date a McDonald's worker or would you date a this? That's elitist. That's an elitist conversation. That's an elitist conversation, right? What are you determining better as? And when you are comparing it simply because of labor or the work, no, I will never shame a McDonald's worker. Now, if you said, would you date a drug dealer or would you date a college grad? I'm going to date a college grad. Not because a drug dealer, like, first of all, that's illegal work. I don't support people putting drugs and poisons in communities, right? That's criminal work. Yeah, it's not because it's whatever. Now, if you sold cannabis legally, you had a cannabis business, shit, I might look at the cannabis owner. So it's a level to which we're defining this. And I get really annoyed when people go, oh, I don't want no McDonald's worker. Why are we shit on essential workers? Okay, if you don't want to date one for various reasons because of economic compatibility or whatever, talk about that. Why are we shaming an actual worker though? Like, what are we talking about? And so that's where elitism and classism kicks in. I'm never going to shame a person who has a working class job that's working and making money and making a decent, honest living. I will never shame that person. I will be more inclined to shame Jeff Bezos, a disgusting, gross capitalist, before I will shame a essential worker. And so I'm in the ruling class. I'm not an essential worker. I have a lot of capital and resources and connections, right? And in my work, I want them to get money too. I don't think just because you're not where I'm in this level or my tier bracket does not mean that you don't deserve to live and to strive and to get a. I don't believe that. I believe you deserve to have all the things that's necessary to provide for you, and you should aim higher because I've aimed higher. Right? I've went to different places and did different things. I know what it's like to work in that type of work. I didn't do pick up trash, but I've done certain types of essential work or side work or hustle work or media. I've done that before. So I'm never going to judge somebody like that. But it's a problem when you got people that have come from the bottom in different types of ways, make it to the top and want to joke and tease and mock people and shit. Like, see, what are we doing here? So yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to unpack. But I just think context matters here. And a lot of people are missing context in these arguments, in these rebuttals, in these rebukes. They're missing the context that's necessary. So, yeah. So, moving on. There's a lot of talk about local politics. We've talked about this. One, the big thing is we're seeing a lot of conversations taking place right now about the congressional race. I told you all, Dwight Evans is retired. And now, look who's coming, look who's crawling out of the mix. It's that look who's creeping, look who's crawling out the mix. That's that, okay? I'm just saying. We see Sharif Street has officially announced he's running for Congress. Chris Rabb has announced he's running for Congress. A lot of y'all want to know my thoughts because there's more people that might be running, right? If I was a voting man right now, based on what we have right now, Sharif Street, he's going to be the man to beat. I know so much. I've heard so much in the past week. People are now coming out the woodwork saying that Sharif didn't do a good job as state party chairman. They don't think he's good in the job. They want him to not be in the seat, right? Well, I also know how concessions work. And if this man becomes the next congressman, he will get out of that seat. Right. Here's what I also have heard and know. I hear that there is an intention on basically doing a special election. I've heard that there is some allegedly some interest in getting Sharif, getting Dwight to retire earlier, which means that he needs to resign earlier. And basically, if he does resign early, that triggers a special election. Now, a special election has to take place before, right? 60 days, I believe, before a general election or something like that. So in this case, what would happen is that they got to do this by September, by Labor Day, because the general election this year is going to be in November, early November. I think November 4th. So they got till September 4th, Beyonce's birthday, to get this decided. Because once a special election is declared, then it will take place during the general. The party nomination is going to go to Sharif Street. I know that for a fact. Here's the fun, sticky part, right? Sharif Street gets to become the incumbent, gets elected. He becomes the congressman. And in the spring primary in 2026, because there's going to be a Democratic primary in 2026 for that seat, he enters it as the incumbent because he's already then got it in the seat, because he will get sworn in and get taken care of by January 1st, 2026. And technically, he will hold it for an entire year because the primary will happen in the spring, the general will happen in the midterms and election, and then anybody who's newly elected will start January 1st, 2027. Who wins that primary will start that time. However, Sharif Street will be the super front runner, because if he already gets Dwight's blessing and gets the special election and gets the seat in November, he'll already be in Congress. He'll already be flexing his visibility and his muscle. And by the time he runs in the primary in the spring of next year, he's a lock-in. Yes. So, you're wondering, where's Morgan Cephas, right? Allegedly, what I've heard from close sources, that there's a reason why you haven't heard from Morgan Cephas. Because she's measured. She's measured, calculated. She's trying to weigh her choice. I would say that if a special election is not triggered by Labor Day, she'll announce then. There's a lot of good excuses for why she won't do it now, right? Or if I was her, I wouldn't do it now, right? Because one, it's the summer. Everybody is on vacation. People are at the vineyard. People are out. People don't give a fuck, right? But here's the thing. Here's what I think and what I suspect. I think that Sharif came out early because he wants a special election. Because he's come out, he's got union support, all these unions backing him. He's coming out very early and very heavy. So he wants to get that special election. If he gets the special election, he'll become the nominee. He's going to get it. He's going to be the incumbent. There will be concessions made. And I think one of the concessions made is that he's going to have to give up that party seat, which he will give willingly. Because I think Sharif has always wanted the national seat. He wanted to be U.S. Senator, but that didn't happen. So now he's going to go for Congress. But that man has always wanted a national seat. And so he's going to make some history, right? If that all goes according to plan, what happens to Morgan, right? Morgan's going to have to fold it. And honestly, I may be talking out of turn. I may be predicting too early. I might be having assumptions. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a conversation about where she lands, right? Does she want to be a state senator? Does she want to take Curtis Jones's seat? Because it looks like it's inevitable. I don't think Curtis is going to stay after this cycle. Does she go and get his seat for city council and make more money? Because city council members get paid more than state reps. What will be next for her? I'm curious, right? But she's got other options. Congress does not have to be her only option. But I think she's smart because you might ask, well, then why Chris Rabb didn't do it? Here's what I think about Chris Rabb. I think Chris Rabb is in it for the long haul. I think Chris Rabb plans to go against Sharif even at the primaries. I think Chris Rabb thinks he's going to get a progressive base of voters that's going to support him. I don't see that for him, though, because Chris Rabb has burnt a lot of bridges in certain progressive coalitions. There's a lot of things Chris Rabb is doing that just has people up in the air about him. I can see Sharif getting the establishment and then getting some other progressives because Sharif has done good by some progressives. For example, he was the man who aligned himself with Krasner, endorsed Krasner, backed Krasner heavily during his reelection. He's also been one of the few to buck against Shapiro on some things that has made others be happy about it. Let's not forget that bill that really stripped Krasner of some of his powers that other Democrats, okay, some that claim they support criminal justice, was okay with to get other criminal justice reforms done. They fucked over Shapiro. They fucked over Krasner, and that was because of Shapiro's bidding. And Shapiro signed that bill knowing it. Y'all know about that. Wake it up, okay? It was a big deal. Act 40. Look it up. Look up Act 40. Okay? Act 40 is a law that gives the special prosecutor the ability to take over crimes within the southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority known as SEPTA. They basically stripped Krasner of some powers that he had. You know who got that? Altemeyer. Altemeyer got that seat, got that position. You want to know how many cases he's done? You want to know? Ready? 0. This man has been the special investigator, and he has not done nothing. He's not prosecuting no cases, but he's sitting there getting paid. And this is Altemeyer right after all of the drama where he ran for sheriff. Think about it. Wake up. Michael Altemeyer ran for sheriff, lost, and became the special prosecutor that was appointed to take on investigations and cases. Ain't investigated one case. Ain't prosecuted one fucking thing, but getting paid to do it. What a waste of taxpayers' dollars. And I gotta keep people honest. I do. I gotta keep people honest. Jordan Harris, Joanna McClinton, Bradshaw, them 3, they knew. They were okay with it. Bradshaw would have never even brought it to the floor if everybody was not all in on it. Just want y'all to know that. Because a lot of people want to act like they didn't know what happened. Oh no, they knew. Matt Bradford. Remember that name. Matt Bradford, Jordan Harris, Joanna McClinton, they were all in on that. Get into Act 40 and the politics behind that. Sharif Street stood 10 toes down on that, against that. I interviewed Larry Krasner, shocker, on WRD Radio in City Hall. When the news broke that Shapiro signed it, I was on air, interviewed that man in person on live radio at City Hall when the governor signed into law. Okay? So when you all get so caught up in the establishment, there's nuance. There's nuance. And this is how you take political capital. Sharif Street is a skilled political mastermind. He has been able to really build a coalition that includes a variety of different people. And he will get that congressional seat if he wants it, if it works out. He is the man to beat. And that's why certain people are not coming out early, because they got to see how shit is going to shake out. Now, here's the thing. If there's no special election, Morgan will come out Labor Day. I've heard whispers of Omar Sabir, which is Ryan Boyer's brother. I'm just going to say this. I'm going to be as respectful as possible. I think that's a very bad idea for various reasons. If I was Omar Sabir, I will stay in the seat I'm already in. Don't run for Congress. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do it to yourself. Respectfully, don't do it to yourself. Please don't. Please don't. Because running a congressional race is going to open up other conversations and doors and mess that being a city commissioner is just fine enough. Be happy. Get that money. Do your thing. Don't run for Congress. I hope it's not true. But I heard there's been whispers. And it made me think to myself, was like, when the tea came out about the early union endorsements that Sharif Street got early, Ryan Boyer made it a strong point to double down on making it clear that the buildings trade is not made an endorsement. And laborers have not either. He wanted to make it very, very extra clear. And I'm just like, why would you do that? That's your man's, right? Watch that. Watch that space. Pay attention to that. Pay attention to how that's going to play out. That's all on that. That's all I can say for now. But pay attention to the dynamics between now and Labor Day. If there's a special election, it's a wrap. If it's not, the fight is happening. Guard your loins. It's going to be a bumpy ride. So, moving along to... Oh, let me not be shady. There is another guy running for Congress. I don't know his name. He's like a technician, doctor, scientist, something like that. He's a black man. He seems like a nice guy. I don't even remember he doesn't have a chance. Just wanted to say that I don't say, well, what about this guy? What about him? Bless his heart. Moving on to this week's Ask Ernest. I'm going to take a little time to talk about this. Not too much, because I do want to get into other things. But earlier this week, you all saw me make a post on Instagram. A lot of you all asked me what I was talking about. I was saying that, it's important to reset rooms and set boundaries. And I think what's important is that in situations, unintentional or not, I think people, right? You can be in networks and you can be in certain types of familiar spaces. And I've learned, even just in my own experience, right, that there are people on the internet and folks that may have a parasocial relationship. And I'm not speaking about any one particular incident and issue, because I think I've just have had encounters so much in recent years that I think about all these different trends. But I do think sometimes folks can connect with a person too much that they step over boundaries and formulate parasocial relationships that, while there is a connection, it may not be as in-depth and deep. And I think about Nicki Minaj, and I'm going to get on Nicki Minaj later on this episode, but this is what makes me think about that, right? That you could be somewhere and you can read people's work and you can listen to their stuff, their podcast. And everybody wants a friend, and I get it, right? But sometimes in measuring so much of a connectivity, a lot of that can be in your head and that can be where you are personally, but you might set expectations on people that are not necessarily warranted or not necessarily fair or not necessarily balanced. And so you might get in situations where you might assume things, place things, demand things, and it's like, where is this coming from? But because of the fact that you have internalized your own personal experiences through them vicariously, you might be a little bit too trusting. You might be trusting a person that you shouldn't be trusting like that. You might be automatically giving them the benefit of the doubt for things that you don't know enough about to give them the benefit of the doubt. You might find yourself in different types of situations where you might actually be doing too much and you might just need to sit all the way the fuck down. If you find yourself in any situations, the first thing that people should always do is, and these are just reminders, right? One, be honest about the proximity to which you are to a person in real life. In real life. Not emotionally, but in real life. That's the first thing. I do that a lot in my own relationships. I go, okay, how close am I really to this person? How in real life are we actually showing that level of closeness or intimacy or whatever, right? Because if I know what it is in real life and in real time, that allows me to reset expectations off the jump. It can't be, you're my best friend in my head. Your head. What about in real life? Do you know a person beyond what you can find online or what they tell you? There's a lot of people that feel like they know somebody based off of what they gather on the internet or in other spaces. I can know of a person. I can know about a person. But when a person says to you, you don't know me, understand, if a person tells you you don't know them, it's because you actually don't know them. Have you taken time to build an actual personal knowledge and understanding of a person? So many motherfuckers got my name in their mouth, and I promise to you, they don't fucking know me. And a lot of people that actually do know me will know, yeah, you don't know him. I can see how you made that assumption, but I also know you don't know them enough to give them advice. You don't know them enough to tell them what's good or what's not good for them. You don't know them enough to invite them in certain places and expect certain things. You don't know them enough. How well do you know a person? It cannot be simply based off of referral alone. It can't be off of blindness, right? Oh, well, you're cool with this person, so therefore I know you. Because you can be welcoming initially based on a good impression, but you can't get too comfortable to say you know a person. Fourth major one to consider. What's the agenda and the driving force behind the dynamics of the relationship? Is it a legitimate relationship connected on bonding? Is it work related? Is it a relationship? Is it financial? What is the origins to which you're creating this relationship? And I say this because with parasocial relationships, people sometimes, this is how I get to Nicki, is that Nicki Minaj and her drama is that I think about, like, even in my situations, there are people that talk to me a certain way. I'm just like, wait a minute, hold on. You're a consumer of whatever the fuck I'm selling or pushing. Consumer. You don't get to tell me how I'm supposed to live my personal life. I get that you like my articles. I get that you like my podcast. I get that you like my appearances on TV. I get that. That's cool. That's fine. But when we get to a point where folks feel like they can weigh in or feel like they got to make it a personal mission to dictate or prescribe people's actual personal life, there's a level of boundaries that we're crossing here. Now, you can choose how you want to move based on a person's personal decision. But sometimes it's weird when I think about consumption and relationships. Some people have these really, again, parasocial relationships where they get too emotionally invested in people that they don't actually know. Now, I will draw a line. Politicians do not count. They're an exception to that because politicians are making decisions that impact your life. There is still boundaries, respectfully, but if it comes to decisions they're making politically, it do impact your life. Yeah, feel some type of way. I get that. But that celebrity, that singer, that athlete, you might be reaching a little too much there. Because all you can do is turn the TV off. Stop listening to the album. Stop buying the movie ticket. That's fine. But when we start going out harassing celebrities and places and saying, speak on this, say free this, say that. It's like, okay, y'all doing too much. Y'all doing too much. Forcing them to take a position on a political issue. It's like, if they don't want to do it and you don't like it, okay. But feeling like you got to actively force a person to do something, like that's just beyond. It's not First Amendment, Declaration of Independence. It's not free speech in that way. It's harassment at that point. Now, it's one thing if you're doing it to an elected official where that policy impacts your life or death. But a celebrity or whatever, forcing them to break up with a person in a relationship with, some of the stuff out here, if that person is choosing to do that, either you accept it or don't. But crossing a certain line to feel like it's your mission to stop them from dating a certain person or whatever, to me, humans are meant to disappoint. They're not perfect. They're flawed. Because you want this because you don't want this person to do this because you like them so much. Well, then you either accept them flaws and all, or you just fucking decide to fall off them. I fell off of Nicki Minaj when she decided to marry Kenneth Petty. That was my decision. I'm not going to beg and demand or harass Nicki or go to her house or, consistently tweet at her and tell her break up with him. Girl, no, not doing all that. I just made up my mind that was the line for me. So people got choices, right? People got choices. And then lastly, on setting those boundaries, what's so important is recognizing that everybody and everything does not have to be the same. I have found myself throughout my life, and I've noticed this in patterns, that some people, when they're connected to me, seek to get similar connection with other people in my circle. And sometimes that's not going to happen because everybody's different. A person who is great to me may not be a good fit for you. A person who is bonding with me and showing me love and coming out for me is coming out for me because of who the fuck I am and what I bring to the table. that person may not be as open or as responsible or respectful because every relationship dynamic is different. I have found myself in certain networking situations professionally where there were certain reporters that was like, this source, why they coming to you and talking to you and not talking to me? Well, because I'm who I am and you are who you are. I get it. For better or for worse. I understand why Krasner didn't want to talk to me. He didn't want to take the tough questions. I understand why he wanted to go to Cherry Gregg because she gives some softballs. I get it. I get it. I ain't mad at it. You know, it's not good for the sake of journalism per se. It's a little bit problematic or whatever, but I understand why. I think when people are often questioning why this and why that when it comes to human interactions and bonds, it's the nature of the game. Everybody is not going to, respond or treat you the same as another person because we're all individual humans, unique. And I think some people oftentimes get expectations that are not based on anything other than a sense of entitlement that they need to work on. So yeah, that's my advice. That's my advice for folks. Navigating boundaries, navigating. I've done some reflection lately about dynamics I've had in my past and my current and things. And I just recognize that it all goes back to the source. It all goes back to the origin. How did this relationship connect? How did we get here? How did we meet? And when you start looking back, there's just certain things that just, when things move too fast in connections and networks and friendships and whatever, you have to go back to the start and say, okay, we got to reset this. And sometimes that's how you get change in a very positive and productive way. So take that for what it's worth. Moving along. So movies have been interesting. The Superman movie did really well, despite the far right complaining. Over $120 million in the box office. Pretty damn popping. Pretty impressive. And yeah. Pretty impressive. I was really impressed with that. Movies not so great. I think we might be hitting a point, people. I'm not going to hold my breath, but I think that we're in an interesting space. I do think that there's some Tyler Perry movie fatigue. He's been dropping so many movies that a lot of people just don't think this shit is landing. And the most recent one, I think, is Medea's Tourist, whatever that shit is called. I didn't even see the movie. I refuse to watch it. But a lot of people have not been giving it good praise. And I've been wondering to myself, oh shit, how did this happen? Because it almost seemed at one point in time he was on top of the world. Like, there's nothing that he could have done differently. And to see this play out the way it did was very telling. So, yeah, I noticed that. And I was like, oh, Tyler Perry is, what's going on here? So it's been, it's been interesting to see it. It's been interesting. Part of it, I think, is two things. I don't think it's the sexual harassment allegations, to be honest. I think it's just that he has not evolved as an artist, as a creator. And I think people it's starting to fall flat. Like, Madea should have been retired a decade ago. I remember at some point he was like, yeah, I'm retiring Madea. I'm putting the wig away. This is going to be her final thing. And then he finds himself back in it again. And it's just like, we're still doing this? I want to put this in context. Like, the first major Madea film was Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Diary of a Mad Black Woman with Kimberly Elise. It was a movie. Came out 20 years ago in 2005. That was the first major Tyler Perry motion picture to come out in theaters. It was the first Madea movie, it was the first, all of it. It was the kickoff of what has been a 2-decade long career in film for Tyler Perry. It was the one that started it all. I mean, he had Kimberly Elise, Shamar Moore, Cecily Tyson, Stacey Harris. It was a big deal. I mean, Steve Harris. I'm sorry, Steve Harris. And the marketing for the film was not centered on Madea. It was a Madea film, but everything about it was, it was a fairly decent debut. It was one of his better films, actually. The budget was only $5 million, but it made a $50 million budget. $50 million at the box office. It made 10 times its cost. Profitable. Very profitable. 20 years later, he is still doing Madea. And that should tell you something. That should tell you something. There's been so many Madea films. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and possibly 14. So let me name the films. Diary of a Mad Black Woman, Medea's Family Reunion, Meet the Browns, Madea Goes to Jail, I Could Do All Bad by Myself, Medea's Big Happy Family, Medea's Witness Protection, A Madea Christmas, Boo, A Madea Halloween, Boo 2, A Madea Halloween, A Madea Family Funeral, A Madea Homecoming, Medea's Destination Wedding. And there's another one called Joe's College Road Trip that's supposed to be coming out soon. Madea done had every holiday under the sun. Do we not have a Medea's? We got Medea's Christmas. We got Madea Family Reunion. We got Madea Homecoming. We got Madea Wedding. We got a Madea Goes to Jail. Do we have a Madea Runs for Office? Do we have a Medea's Kwanzaa? Are we going to do a Madea baby shower? I mean, the sky's the limit. You know what I'm saying? It just looks like there's more Medeas to come, and she's done everything under the sun. It's almost like Ernest, right? Ernest goes to jail. Ernest goes fishing. Remember all the Ernest films? I mean, that's what it's giving. But Medea's been doing this 2005, 2006, 2008, 2009, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2016, 17, 19, 2022, 2025. Like it's been fewer in between gaps lately, but it's like the Madea character, it's been 20 years of Madea in film. Doesn't even include the stage plays and the acting. It's like, give it a rest. So I think finally we might be hitting Madea fatigue. We might be getting Tyler Perry fatigue too. The lawsuit has come out. His accuser has spoken out. One thing that came up in that interview he's done with the Hollywood Reporter, now he's speaking out, was that one of his big things is that he just feels like there's a lot of talk, because we're going to get to Diddy connected too. We're not done with Me Too. But are we at a point where I think the big Hollywood celebrity Me Too type of lawsuits, I just feel like we're fatigued with it. I think Me Too, sadly, I think was very effective. I will never call it a failure. Me Too was not a failure. It was very strong. But I think what's sad is that Me Too has been so caught up in Hollywood that we have not given enough time and attention on everyday work experiences, because Hollywood is just convoluted. It's complicated. It's money. It's celebrity. It's ego. There's a lot of driving factors that shape Hollywood and how it goes. And what's sad is that people use, and I've been saying this from day one, as somebody who's been in movement work and knows the games, do not let celebrities serve as the litmus of validity in the progress of a movement. Me Too is very effective. Me Too has been very successful in doing a lot of work. And honestly, it's been very effective for everyday people and workers and issues and situations. It has created a culture of tougher policies around sexual harassment and workplace discrimination. It's done a lot for protecting women and victims and protecting. It's created a lot of actual everyday. So what annoys me is when people put too much of the fate of Me Too in the hands of celebrities who manipulate the system. We don't got too many Diddies. We don't got too many R. Kellys. And those who do, they're not beating the cases. They're not. R. Kelly's and look, R. Kelly didn't beat that case. But like the Diddies of the world are literally that. They're celebrities. They're not everyday people. They don't have millions and millions of dollars to fight legal suits. What Me Too did was it empowered everyday people to file complaints, to report crimes, to share their stories, and it's led to bigger cases of accountability and political settings and nonprofit settings, and has been very effective at that. The number of policy changes that Me Too has done in workplace harassment, discrimination policies, bringing in facilitators and consultants to help train, that has increased by the hundreds. It was effective in that. But with celebrities per se, it's not been as potent because the powers that be is still the powers that be. A very powerful, rich man has a higher likelihood of beating a sexual assault case. But also, the women who accuse him, that are also famous, also has a higher likelihood of getting instant ramifications, right? Instant justice in different ways, right? So whereas they may not get a criminal conviction, they might get a monetary settlement in the millions. Everyday people don't experience either of those things. And so I get annoyed when people say, oh, Diddy getting off as a victim of it. Like, stop comparing your experience to Diddy. Stop acting like you can resonate with Cassie. There are some things you can, right? As victims of abuse, you can. But stop conflating these very outlier cases, right? Most people do not have high-profile cases that includes high-profile lawyers and millions of dollars. The stakes are higher. The jury is more biased because of celebrity, right? A jury is less biased in situations where they don't have no relationship. It's hard for a jury to convict a celebrity that they have known and loved for years. That bias kicks in: racial bias, gender bias, confirmation bias of celebrity. So if they like the celebrity, they agree with the celebrity, they support them other things. It's a lot of work that goes into shaping those convictions. And so it's harder, I think, to convict them because of that. It is. It is. And also, fandom is a dirty drug. People are obsessed. Two things can be true. They do care about victims of sexual abuse and violence. But they do also have bias in the event of if you make them go against their favorite celebrity. Think about Michael Jackson. Yeah, y'all don't want to talk about Michael Jackson. But there's a reason why you don't talk about Michael Jackson, because you love him. You don't want to think about it. You don't want to convict him. You want him to get healing and help and everything else, right? You don't want him to go to jail. But if he was not Michael Jackson, if he was the man next door, yeah, he's getting convicted. Yeah, he's getting convicted. Yeah, he's getting found responsible. And there's a difference in that. And so it's very important to be measured and not being dooms. Like for me, I will never deny the power of Me Too and what Tarana Burke and so many other women did. I will never deny the power of Time's Up, right? They did their part. They made an important movement. But I think what's important is not to think that the movement is defined by these high-profile celebrity cases. Because if you let that be the case, you're going to be checked out and disappointed forever. Because it's very seldom that powerful, rich men... Look at Trump. That's all I'm going to say. I'm just going to leave it at that. Look at Trump. That's all I'm going to say. So, yeah, that's my thoughts. I'm happy that Diddy got exposed, because here's the other thing. And here's what we also got to be honest about. Here's what we got to be honest about. And this is a tough pill to swallow. Real folks are not going to judge or determine the verdict on how they feel about Diddy. When I saw that video with Cassie, when I saw all that shit, I can never unsee it. I will never fuck with that man again. I wasn't even killing. I didn't care much for Diddy anyway, to be honest. But I don't have to. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't fuck with Diddy. Okay, he was found not guilty. Fine. But he's still an abuser. Okay, he did not do a RICO charge. Fine. He's still an abuser. And we've seen it. We know it. And for that, I don't give a fuck. If some people determine their like of Diddy based on a conviction, that tells you a lot about what kind of person they are. But this also tells you that this is why, like the man who accused Tyler Perry, this is why people don't believe victims. This is why victims don't come forward. Because here's the issue. You all said, where's the proof? Where's the smoking gun? Diddy was on camera with a towel wrapped. Fuck the RICO charges. Fuck the convictions. That alone, why are y'all still trying to be cool with this man? Because you don't care. And we got to own that. It just doesn't matter to you. It just does not matter to you that much. That just does not matter to you. Don't say you did not know. Stop trying to say the court, the judge, the prosecutor. I hate when people do that. It did not matter to you. It does not matter to you enough to stop. The reason why some people listen to R. Kelly is because at the end of the day, they like R. Kelly's music. They don't care about what he did with those young girls. They don't. They don't care. Because if they did care, they would act differently. They don't care about it that much. Chris Brown, there's not enough accusations around Chris Brown. They don't care. They just like Chris Brown. And so once you accept that there are people in this world who just don't give a fuck, then you stop losing sleep at night about it. You just go to the people that give a fuck and move on with your life. There's never going to be a smoking gun for some people. They're very selective. Listen, if Trump did what Chris Brown did, some people would check him out. But because they like Chris Brown and they got a parasocial relationship with Chris Brown, they're willing to die on that hill for that man. Like some of y'all have chosen to die on that hill for Michael Jackson. And some of y'all are saying, listen to this, show him, show is. Okay then. So you don't get to turn around and point your finger at the Chris Brown fan when you also was okay with the Michael Jackson fan. Like, let's be real. Evidence and no evidence, we all know what the shit is. We just cherry pick what we choose to give a fuck about, what we don't. Own it. Be an adult. And move the fuck on. It's plain for me. Again, I wrote this in a book. I want you all to read the whole book. I wrote it in the book. Okay? I've come to accept these things. Y'all okay with Dave Chappelle being homophobic and transphobic, but y'all don't like J.K. Rowling doing it. Got it. Got it. Y'all not okay with Boosie being a homophobe, but Dave Chappelle making those jokes. Yeah, I like Dave though. Okay. But you're okay with that homophobe. Own it. He be making good points. Yeah, a lot of crazy bad people make good points. But they also make a lot of fucked up ones too. And so I just don't want to be in bed with any of it. So I see it for what it is. I see it for what it is. Period. Period. So, Nicki Minaj, because we got to talk about it. Nicki Minaj has a conspiracy theory that Jay-Z, Roc Nation, owes her $100 to $200 million, that, karma is in the form of Meg Thee Stallion having to continue a case that has nothing to do with Megan's Law or, right. Nicki is in a space where it's bad for her when she's codependent on stands that have parasocial relations with her to make her feel validated, wanted, and desired. She's not the girl she used to be anymore. It's clear. She made an appearance at the Met Gala. Cool. She's not making appearances often anywhere else, really. She's not nowhere near the level of prestige she used to be. She's still famous, but slowly fading out of A-list. She's like a B plus. I won't say a B list yet, but she's about B plus. A minus, maybe. Not A-lister. She's falling off of the A-lister standing. It's a little shaky. She's holding on, but it's slipping slowly. Her A-list status is slipping slowly. And the brands, the deals, endorsements, and stuff that she gets now, it's not kicking. The music ain't selling like it used to. I mean, it's clear she did a 360 deal, in my opinion. It looks like it. I mean, her catalog is not even hers. She don't own her catalog. She's pushing all these weird products like lip gloss and little things. It's just her whole branding feels very much reduced. And a lot of it is just her own behavior. She'll swear up and down there's this mass conspiracy, but some of her own behavior has made her a pariah in a way that has made her career like tank. She want to act like she's being blackballed or whatever. But at this point, Nicki's appeal is only within her obsessive fans. And she's got a lot of them, right? But everybody else is moved on past her. Nobody's like demanding the next Nicki song. Nobody's like wondering when her next album's going to drop. Like nobody's caring outside of her like core fan base. Like no one's checking for her. And there's a pattern, right? And I've noticed this for some time. Every time Cardi B drops a new single or has a new era, she likes to demand attention circulate back to her. And all these Jay-Z attacks and stuff, it's just a beg and cry for help and attention. My old thing is, if you're owed the money, sue the man, get the money, call it a day. Like all this talking in is bullshit. Go file the lawsuit. Go get your settlement, get your money. Let's take it to court. Like I'm over it. Like if that's what you're doing, let us see the filing. Let's see the court documents. I can't wait to see the headline that goes Nicki Minaj is suing. Like all these veiled threats and all these conspiracy theories and all this bullshit, all these stunts. No one fucking cares. So it's time. It's time to move on. It's time to reset the room. And that's how I feel about that. In better news, Brandy and Monica is on tour together. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if I'm going yet. I'm not a concert person. I mean, I've gone to some shows lately, but it takes a lot of motivation for me to go to a show. Like I have to really like the artist And it's not that I don't like Brandy and Monica. It's just like I don't really know if I'm gonna be so like I don't know if I'm gonna be so glued to it like that. Like I don't know, you know. Like I like them. I don't. I would have to find a reason. Look. Look. I mean, I don't know. I'm just. I like that they're together. I like that they're patching up. I like that they're making money together. It's a long time coming. Brandy's book is about to come out. All this makes sense. I'm happy for her for this. But, you know, personally, am I going? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not crazy about it like that. But I'm happy that they're doing it. Lord's got a new album out called Virgin. I mean, it was better than Solar Power, but to be honest, we're in this weird era in pop music right now where I just think, and I say this, I'm saying this all politically incorrect, but I just want to say it. We're in this weird era in pop music where some of these pop stars are super narcissistic. Like they're so into themselves that they are like hyper into making music about themselves in such uncomfortably evasive ways that it's like this could have just been in your diary. This is a song and thing for you. I don't care enough about your personal life to know all of this. And I will, someone will say, well, do we blame Taylor Swift? Taylor does it in a way. I mean, she does do it, and it can be a little annoying at times. But Taylor does it in a way that, one, she's very high profile. The music can be grounded in a way that is relatable. It's boppy. It catches. But this Lord album, I struggled listening through it. And sometimes I just was like, okay, I don't care. I mean, maybe I don't care enough. Like, I just know. And like, yeah, I just think a lot of artists are getting so hyper into themselves where the music just feels so into themselves and into their experiences. Like, it's not relatable or consumable for everyday people. Ever seeing a lot of pop artists kind of do that, and it's like Lana Del Rey struggles with that a little bit nowadays. Like I do like me some Lana Del Rey, but recently it just feels like, okay, girl, like this is clearly for you, and you should have made this album for yourself to listen to, or your close friends. How about that? But I'm just not getting it. So it's a lot of that happening in music right now. And I don't know. I'm checked out of it. Now, speaking of other albums, Justin Bieber dropped his new album, Swag. I'm going to just say this. If you like the album, I can understand why you like the album. I get it. It's not bad. I'm just over Blue Eyed Soul. I'm just over that whole era. And he's definitely his R&B bag, but it's just like, I'm not. Look, if you like it, I get it. I get why you would like it. It's not bad. Pretty fly for a white guy, I guess. But it's just, I don't know. There's just so many other artists I want to pour into. And also, I'm just tired of the double standards of race, right? Like Coco Jones gave y'all a really good fucking album that a lot of y'all did not listen to. And I'm so disappointed in people. Like Coco Jones's album is great. She's newly engaged. She's doing her big one. She's so cute. I like Coco Jones. I met her in person at the Grammys when she won a Grammy. And, there's a lot of black artists right now making music black artists in R&B that's making music that what y'all go up for nowadays, it's like, yeah, they're not bad, but y'all just give them so much, y'all just give them so much. And I'm just not crazy about it. Like, there's just so many other artists that deserve the props that this man is doing. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff in his own, like, Why Not More is doing exactly what he's trying to do with this album. And there's also some Michael Jackson experience, some Michael Jackson influence in this album. I can hear in some of it that just makes me kind of go, this is such a basic playbook. It's cool, whatever. It's gonna get praise. I know this is his big comeback. He's gonna get a lot of praise. I get it, but I'm just not. So you might ask me, what albums do I do like? Let God Sort 'Em Out. That is the best rap album this year. Give Eclipse album. Well, you know he's not gonna win. Fuck. He should though. Because I remember Kendrick's GNX album is going to go in the rap category this year. And y'all going to give Kendrick that fucking album. But Eclipse fucking deserves it. Let God Sort 'Em Out. This rollout has been incredible. I see you, Joe. This album, this whole interviews, he is just eating. This is really good rap. This is really good hip hop. This is really what I like to see. And he's fun. He's embracing all his pain. It's just such a great album. The problem is that we're in Kendrick season. And so unfortunately, Kendrick is going to drop. Kendrick's already dropped GNX, and that's going to get an Album of the Year nomination. Luther is going to eat everything. It's going to get the rap categories. I just want there to be a shakeup. Can we get a shakeup, y'all? Like, you remember Alligator Tears, like when that won, Doechi's album won, that was like a shocker because everybody thought Metro Boomin and Future might have won because of their popularity. We thought J. Cole might, well, I didn't think J. Cole was going to get it. But it was like, we all thought, but then, it was like that little surprise. I am okay with Let God Sort 'Em Out, take Kendrick's GNX album. Like, I would like this for Eclipse. They deserve it. Like, we just need a real hip hop album to win. These guys really have done something fun and different. But I just feel like the Grammys, because of They're Not Like Us and all the other shit, they're just going to let him have a marathon here. And it's unfortunate. So just letting y'all know, when y'all see these Grammy categories, don't be surprised if they don't win anything. Just saying. Summer music has been a slump this summer. Everybody's been like, oh, pop music this summer. What is the song of the summer? And everybody's been like, music has been a slump. I do agree. Music has kind of been a slump this year, this summer specifically in some cases. I remember last year we were spoiled. So many of our faves just dropped so many albums that it was just so many riches and so much good music to listen to last year. This year, not the case. I mean, Sabrina Carpenter, girl, like, we don't care. Like, it's just nothing is giving this year. Lord's album, oh my God. Okay, whatever, Virgin, whatever. There's just been not that many good releases, right? But I will say, there's actually a song of the summer. It's creeping up under you all. You're not paying attention to the assignment, and I'm going to tell you what it is. Whoa, 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 I got my boots on. That is where them fans at. That is the song of the summer. And y'all don't want to give black artists, but that is it. 803 Fresh has the song of the summer. Boots on the Ground is the song of the summer. It is the new Cookout song. It is the new song. It is. It's made it. It is the song. The New York Times has covered it. How Boots on the Ground two-stepped onto everyone's summer playlist. A black queer creator, actually named Trey Little, came up with the choreography. So we're going to give a black queer creator that, right? 803 Fresh made the song, but a black queer artist named Trey Little came up with the dance with the fans, okay? He did his big one. Give him his guts, all right? We love to see it. Black men in action, right? So that to me is a song of the summer. I don't care what music festival where you go. The fact that these fans are out, the fact that people are trying to do this dance, the fact that everybody knows it, even if they don't want to know it, it is infectious. If you was really, it should be a record of the year nomination. It probably won't because music industry is racist, but this really is this countercultural song. And I feel like it is a song that is universal in the nativeness and the culturalness. It's got a dance. There are songs like that come every blue moon. They Not Like Us. Y'all was doing y'all little two-step to that shit. This is that. This is a cultural phenomenon. To the point that Carnival is not allowing folks to bring fans on the damn boat because they know what's going to happen. Okay? That is culture. That is movement. That is a hit that stick like grits. We ain't had a moment like this since the wobble. Everybody's been trying to do their little dances, but we haven't had anything like this, like the wobble. This is now in the conversation of cha-cha slide, electric slide, wobble. Now, see, I might get a little bit more country and tell y'all some other songs, but y'all may not know about them. Bunny hop, for those who partake in the bunny hop. But this is one of those songs. It is now ingrained in our culture. It's the new song that gets everybody to the dance floor now. Listen, when you used to hear wobble, right? That used to get people to the dance floor. Cupid shuffle, Cupid shuffle, Cupid shuffle. You heard that? That was the song. Now, where them fans at? That is the new. You hear that? Everybody want to go out there and dance. It's a cross-generational hit. That is the song of the summer. So, y'all kept asking me, what's the song of the summer? Listen, Outside by Cardi B's cute. I do enjoy that. But Boots on the Ground is the song of the summer. Nothing's topping that for the rest of the year. I don't care what new Drake song he trying to come back with some ice, whatever. This is the song of the summer. And I would argue one of the top songs of the year. Debate your cat. But it really is. As a cultural movement, you know. It has all of the elements. You got Kamala Harris doing it. You got everybody doing it. You got everybody with fans. You got Oprah. You got Gail. You got Roberts over there doing it on Good Morning America. Robin Roberts is doing it. Like there is not. Listen, there's a cross-cultural revolution of that song. There are songs that do that, right? But we don't see songs like that often that has that ability to get everybody out talking about, like mainstream media. New York Times did a whole fucking feature on it. This is that. That is our moment. This is the record of the year. This is, and I hope it gets nominated. Like, let's have the campaign, because I didn't see too many other shit get nominated for little. This is that. And if you disagree with me, debate your cat. But I really do think Boots on the Ground, I have seen the level of national, international appeal. No matter where I go this year, every damn conference, cookout, gala, event I've been to, regardless of the organization entity, everybody is trying to do it. Every auntie, every grandma, every millennial, every Gen Zer, everybody wants to have a fan out and do that thing. It's beautiful. So, that's my take. TV, you know, look. I know everybody's into Love Island. I will say shout out to all that cancel culture, because y'all taking them people out. Somebody said the N-word. Somebody was making a racial disparaging remark about Asian people. Y'all are taking them out on that show. They leaving faster than the damn contestants. My goodness. Y'all doing y'all big one. Shout out to them for doing it, though. Because in the era where people thought that cancel culture was dead, DEI was dead, it is good to see a show stand on some values and principles for what it's worth. For what principles it do stand on. But I just wanted to mention that about Love Island. I don't really watch it. I think it's for the straights. I know there's gay folk. But I like people that are into it. It's cool. You know, it's cool. People are voting. People are voting. People are voting for that show. You know, it's cool. But y'all know what got my attention. My guilty pleasure. 13 seasons later, here we are. Y'all, Love and Hip Hop Atlanta is back. The new season just premiered last week. I'm in love. I'm addicted. I'm here for it. I'm all into it. So good. So good. That premiere was everything. They're eating it up. They're taking it away. They're doing all the things I need them to do as a messy ass program. They're taking it away from me. So many different dynamics, so many new beefs, so many feuds. I'm here for it. I don't know if I talked about this, want to bring it back again, but I just want to continue to say I am deeply underwhelmed by The Bear. I feel like I've already said this, but I just want the record to show that I said it. So if you don't see massive Emmy nominations for the show this season, it's because it's just, it's not hitting. Tried to watch some episodes, rewatch some things. It's not, there's some fun parts, but it's just kind of run of the mill at this point. And it makes me think about my girl, Quinta Brunson. She talks about Ab Elementary, and has been quietly nudging that the series might come to an end. Not because the ratings are bad, no one likes it. I think a lot of people are loving it, but because it's becoming very clear that a lot of actors want to take on other projects and they want to do other things. And so the schedule is very demanding. Them ABC, that network TV, baby, it's not like FX, and see, I need to be clear about this. Like The Bear does 10 episodes. Abbott literally runs like 20 something episodes a season. They run heavy. Like they got episodes, part 1, part 2. Like they do a lot of episodes. Like Abbott, they're getting paid a good salary, but yeah, it's not like, the White Lotus or whatever, where, they get paid to do a couple of little mini series or whatever. This show is a real show that, 22 episodes was in the last season. The first season had 13 episodes. The second season had 22 episodes. The third season had 14 episodes. The fourth season had 22 episodes. So I wonder if it's like a back and forth kind of thing. Like they do half and half, or if they go back and forth, right? I wonder how they navigate that. But it seems like, the new season is coming back soon. So I'll see how they do the pattern for the show. But it's people are like, well, when should they chill on the shows? So I want them to be in syndication, which means they need to have about 100 episodes. They are currently at 70. They're at 71 episodes so far. So I could see a situation where they might do another season or two and then wrap it up. Like one more season, maybe 2 more seasons. Because this next season is not going to be the end. So I feel like the next season, season 6, they might wrap it up. They'll have over 100 episodes. Then they'll be at season 6 too. So at a certain point, we'll get fatigue over the show. But they'll be at over 100 episodes, which means the show will be syndicated. They'll get revenue. And then it will not be too late for the actors to go off and do other things. And I think they're slowly trying to. I think Quentin wants to do new things. I think the other actors are really popular. Janelle, the cat. If you look at, Sheryl Lee Ralph, there's new opportunities for Sheryl Lee Ralph now, I think. Tyler James Williams as well. I think there's enough room for a lot of those actors to do other things. Quinta could do some more movies, and I think about when you look at The Bear, right? The other show, The Bear, those actors are able to start doing movies. Like the show is not, it doesn't take over their entire life. When I think about The Bear, for example, look at those actors, right? Like Jeremy Allen White is about to be Bruce Springsteen in a new movie that's coming out later this year, a biopic. People think he might have a chance for an Oscar. Ayo Edebiri, she is killing it right now. She's about to be in another big film with Julia Roberts coming out that I can't fucking wait to see. Like, that movie is about to be big. She might get an Oscar nomination. Who knows? But her career is soaring right now. So it's a lot of opportunities that, she's only 29 years old. But because The Bear only does 10 episodes in these short views, she can do all these other films. This movie is called After the Hunt. And that movie, After the Hunt, has Julia Roberts, Andrew Garfield, Chloe Sevigny, and is directed by Luca Guadagnino. This is nothing to play with. The synopsis is a college professor is forced to grapple with her own secretive past after one of her colleagues is faced with a serious accusation. Girl, I am eating that up. Give it to me right now. Io is in a major role in it. Julia is the lead. Io is probably like the supporting lead. And then Andrew Garfield is in it. Like, child, this is spicy. So I think Quinta wants that kind of time. I think they all kind of want that kind of time. They kind of want the opportunity to do some films and get some other opportunities. I mean, yeah, you know, I can see that for them, you know. Janelle James, you know, Tyler James Williams. I mean, even Lisa Ann Walter, I could see her in some films. I mean, Shirley Ralph, Chris, you know, Perfetti, you know, they all have a chance, you know. So yeah, I can see them wanting to move on. And also, you know, nowadays, y'all, TV shows, our attention spans are short. Like, look how y'all did Ted Lasso. So, you know, that's all on that. Now, in closing, and wrapping up, you know, this season, as you can see, is about to be epic. Season 9 is about to be a lot. I'm looking forward to all of our unanswered questions in season 8 to be answered. What's the fate of this upcoming, you know, congressional race? What is going to happen with these strikes? Do I have a special announcement that I've been waiting to tell you that I thought I was going to tell you on season 8, that it looks like season 9 is going to be the season where this big news is going to drop? How is my alpha convention going to be? Stay tuned for the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. No, I'm joking. But these are all good questions that need answers, and I just look forward to it. So, you know, y'all see me out here this week. It's going to be so much fun. If you see me out in my black and gold, say what's up. Remember to reserve the tea, respect boundaries, hold people accountable, and don't let identity politics be weaponized. Stay cool, wear sunscreen, get those bunions off your feet, and as always, be well and be best. Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.